To be out and about on engagements and taking it all in his stride. After the support the public have shown them, this was their chance to give back, with food donations and teddies for children living in temporary accommodation.
I do hope you have a very happy Christmas. Make the most of it. And the rest. And for the poor teachers.
Already we've been told to expect more of this next year. Despite his ongoing treatment, a busy mix of national and international events are planned.
Merry Christmas!
But first, some time away with family in Norfolk after what has been the most unexpected year. Rhiannon Mills, Sky News.
Now to some history that's been made tonight. Last Christmas has once again got the festive top spot, the first song to do it twice, and it's done it in consecutive years as well. This year is the 40th anniversary of the song, but amazingly it had to wait 39 years to get the Christmas #1. Let's have a listen to what George Michael's bandmate Andrew Ridgeley told Sky News this morning before the news was confirmed.
It'll make history because it'll be the only track in chart history to be Christmas #1 on consecutive years. So we may be at the cusp of history.
Well done to him. This is Sky News. Coming up after the break, a new search for MH370 more than a decade after the flight vanished in one of aviation's greatest unsolved mysteries. And as Syrians spend another Friday celebrating the fall of Assad, the US says it's killed an ISIS leader.
In the last 5 years, more than 13,000 farmers have left agriculture in the UK.
Is it going to be viable for the future?
No farmers, no food! The frustration, the anger, the fact that so many of them are at risk of going bust has now become too much.
You've got to keep hope because one day it's going to be okay.
I'm Dan Whitehead, Sky News' West of England and Wales correspondent.
It's scary what's happening in the country.
It's the illegal migrants that we don't want here.
How difficult is this to police tonight? Off the scale. Having the police speak to us so starkly right in the middle of the riot showed just how serious the situation was. The water on board the barge contaminated with Legionella bacteria, an outbreak that was first revealed by Sky News. There have been questions for months over whether the support offered to asylum seekers on the bivvy is sufficient.
A cruel place to put human beings.
From busy cities to rural communities, we spend every day reporting on how big decisions impact real people. The last smoke and steam rises into the sky above Blast Furnace 4.
Today is a day in history, never told that.
The closure means more than 2,000 job losses.
It just seems madness.
It is a highly contagious infection. South West Water did apologise again.
This is the Revenge Porn Helpline.
They're helping terrified victims.
You've been a victim of a very common type of online crime known as sextortion.
We're making things better for people.
Stonehenge became the latest victim of Just Stop Oil.
Now I can say I've been to the orange Stonehenge.
Sky News, get the full story first, free, wherever you get your news.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. A new start to Sunday.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Welcome back. We're just keeping across that breaking news coming out of Germany, very distressing news about a car having been driven into a group of people at a Christmas market. This has taken place in the eastern German town of Magdeburg this evening. The driver of the car has been arrested, according to government officials in the state of Saxony Saxony-Anhalt. We're also hearing local media reports that a number of people have been injured. Magdeburg, west of Berlin, it's a city with about 250,000 inhabitants. You'll remember in 2016, in December, an Islamic extremist attacker ploughed through a crowd of Christmas market goers with a truck, leaving around a dozen dead. He was later killed in a shootout in Italy. And the German Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, had said last month that there were no concrete indications of a danger to Christmas markets this year, but that it was wise to be vigilant. So the breaking news, a car has driven into a group of people at that Christmas market. Reports that there have been some injuries, and we're also hearing that the driver of the car has been arrested. Just having a look to see if we've got any more information coming into us. Apparently the car was heading towards the town hall in the eastern German town of Magdeburg. Local police have tweeted. This is what they said a few minutes ago. Initial report, extensive police operations are currently taking place at the Magdeburg Christmas market. The Christmas market in the city centre is closed. Further reports will be made. We know emergency vehicles, there was a heavy police presence as well. We're all at that market before this incident took place. But clearly a very worrying time for the people of Germany. Our correspondent, our Berlin correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, has been monitoring events for us. Siobhan, it sounds very distressing. What more can you tell us?
But certainly initial videos that are coming from the scene in Magdeburg, which is about 2.5 hours drive from Berlin, show what appears to be a car driving at speed into a crowd at a Christmas market. Now, we understand that the driver of the car has been arrested. The police have put out a statement on Twitter saying there's an extensive police operation that's going on, and they haven't officially said yet whether this is terror. That, of course, will be something that a lot of people will be asking. There has been a warning for Christmas markets across Europe to be on high alert for possible terror attacks. And, of course, we know that it was in 2016 that there was a terror attack at a Christmas market in Berlin, which actually happened on the 19th of December. So the anniversary would have been yesterday. So, of course, a really worrying situation. And we don't know yet how many dead, how many injured, but it does look like a very serious scene has developed there.
The Reuters news agency is quoting the broadcaster MDR, citing police saying at least one person has been killed in this incident, Siobhan, but clearly at the moment details very sketchy.
Yes, that's right. It seems to have unfolded quite recently. It's only been breaking here in the last 20 minutes or so, and police are obviously on the scene. That's why they've said they've put this extensive police operation into action. They'll now be gathering initial reports from the scene. Of course, the other priority will be tending to those who've been injured, and so getting emergency services in. They'll have cordoned off that Christmas market. They'll have probably cordoned off the streets around. They have arrested the driver. So in that sense, they're not having to stage a chase or a wide-scale police operation to look for the driver of the car. So that part of the operation, at least, is contained. But, of course, they'll want to be speaking to that person to find out what happened, why they drove into the Christmas market, and if it is a terror attack. If they go down that route and they find out that it is a potential terror attack, then they'll be looking to check that if this is a lone wolf, someone acting alone, or whether this is part of an extensive network. But those are details we simply can't confirm at the moment because this is such a fresh operation. The emergency services at the moment will be focusing on two things. One, helping people who've been injured. Two, getting those who are injured on the scene, who aren't injured but on the scene, away and to safety, because they'll be, of course, in shock. And then their next focus will be trying to piece together exactly what's happened.
Let's just have a look at what the police have been saying at Siobhan. They've said the following. Initial report, extensive police operations are currently taking place at the Magdeburg Christmas market. The Christmas market in the city centre is closed. Further reports will be made. And, of course, this comes, doesn't it, just a few weeks, Siobhan, since the German Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, said that there were no concrete indications of a danger to Christmas markets this year, but that it was wise to be vigilant. And we know that there was a heavy police presence at this market in the state capital, that there were ambulances and police cars there as a cautionary measure. And clearly that was a good sense, because they are now being utilised. Reports of one person having been killed. But, of course, as you say, far too early to say what the reasons were for this car ploughing into members of the public. But certainly it would seem that this was a very busy period for the Christmas market, early evening. There would have been a lot of people there. And it's not... It's clearly, this does have the potential to be very serious indeed.
Yes, and you've got to remember that this comes on a backdrop of a terror attack that happened in the summer in Solingen, where a failed asylum seeker stabbed people. That's actually in the west of Germany, but he stabbed people who were at a festival in the summer, and other knife attacks that have happened. Germany this year really has been on high alert because, of course, over the summer they were hosting the Euros, so there was an extensive police operation there, and they were on high alert for possible terror attacks then, and they've continued to keep vigilance in a sense, not the same number of officers on the streets as they had covering the Euros because the tournament finished, but they've had that high level of vigilance, and there is always a concern for any of the countries that host these Christmas markets that they could be a focus for a possible attack. And just to give you a bit of background about Christmas markets and the culture in Germany, of course, lots of people will be aware of the Berlin Christmas markets. Many tourists come here to travel and visit those, but they are also part of the domestic culture. They are extremely popular with people living in the towns and cities where they're hosted. So you'll see often locals in the Christmas markets having drinks, you know, spending their Friday night out, meeting friends. And this is the last weekend before Christmas. So I would expect that market to be extremely busy, with people probably clocked off for work already ahead of next week. So it's a very concerning scene at a time when those markets will have been extremely busy.
And Siobhan, just for people joining us, just summarise what we know so far about this incident, which has broken only within the last hour or so.
So police have said that they've got an extensive police operation going on in Magdeburg, which is a city in Germany around 2.5 hours drive from Berlin. They said that a car has ploughed into a crowd at the Christmas market, and looking at unverified videos, it seems to go, if you think of Christmas market setups with the traditional huts, they've got a central row of huts, then there's a road in the middle where people would walk, and then there's another row of huts, and it seems to have gone in between those two rows of huts, so people would have been gathered in the middle there. And certainly if those videos are confirmed, it does appear to hit a number of people at speed. Now, at the moment, local media are reporting that one person has been confirmed dead. The police just saying this is an extensive operation. There's some media in Germany who are suggesting this is a terror attack. Again, that hasn't been said by the police yet, but a lot of people will be thinking back now to the Berlin Christmas market terror attack and be concerned that this could be some sort of copycat potentially, given that the anniversary of that was just yesterday.
OK, Siobhan, for now, thank you very much. We'll let you gather some more information and we'll continue our coverage of this breaking news story in Germany straight after the break. You're watching Sky News, coverage of our breaking news story coming out of Germany tonight. And we are hearing that a car has ploughed into a group of people at a Christmas market in the eastern German city of Magdeburg this evening. The driver of that vehicle has been arrested, and there are reports on local media that at least one person has been killed and others have been injured. Magdeburg, west of Berlin. It's the state capital of Saxony-Anhalt. It has around 250,000 inhabitants. Our correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, will be with us in a moment. She's been following events. The Saxony-Anhalt Police Department have issued a statement on social media. They say extensive police operations are currently taking place at the Magdeburg Christmas market. The Christmas market in the city centre is closed. Further reports will be made, but clearly they are dealing with an extremely serious incident. On December the 19th, 2016, you'll remember, in Berlin, there was an Islamist extremist attacker who drove through a Christmas market with a truck, leaving 13 people dead and dozens more injured. No word at the moment whether this was a terror-related incident or simply a tragic accident, although we do know, as I was saying, that the driver has been arrested. And indeed, it was only a few weeks ago that the German Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, said that there were no concrete indications of a danger to Christmas markets this year, but that it was wise to be vigilant. And certainly this Christmas market and others throughout Germany have all seen a very heavy police presence, so that shoppers, people enjoying the sights and sounds of those markets, can do so feeling relatively safe. But clearly there has been a serious incident, and we're awaiting more details as to exactly what has gone wrong. Eyewitnesses telling local media that they saw the car driving at speed towards the town hall in this city. And as I say, the driver was arrested and is now being questioned by police. There is a report that one person at least has been killed and another number have been injured. The regional government spokesperson saying that they suspected it was an attack. That is Michael Reif, a city spokesperson, and also a regional government spokesperson, Matthias Schupe, both telling local media that they suspect that this was an attack. That's according to a report by the Associated Press. Magdeburg, as you can see on your screen, is a city which holds an annual Christmas market right in the middle of the town, around 250,000 inhabitants. And as you can see, ambulances there on the scene. And we are led to believe that indeed police and ambulances were at the market before this incident happened and are now taking the injured, obviously, to hospital. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, is monitoring events for us. What else are you hearing, Siobhan?
Well, I've just been looking at what's coming out on local media here in Germany, and reports from MDR, which is an outlet here, suggesting that eyewitnesses have told them that a car zigzagged across the Christmas market when it hit. So I'm not sure if that suggests it was out of control or that was a deliberate movement, but clearly in a packed Christmas market, that could be extremely damaging and could involve a large number of people being injured. Bild, which is a popular newspaper outlet here, is reporting that they believe at least 20 people have been injured. Local media here saying they believe so far one person dead. It's difficult because the police are focusing on the scene at the moment, making sure that there's a cordon in place, carrying out operations there, helping those who have been injured, clearing away those who haven't but are in shock to make sure that they're safe. So they haven't put out that much official information at the moment. However, there is another report suggesting this is from Bild newspaper as well, and I just have to underline that because this is a moving story, these are from local papers, but we haven't verified this information ourselves at this moment. But Bild is reporting that the police are making an extensive search now of the Christmas market for explosives. So we understand that this car's driven into the market. The driver's been arrested, but they're now searching the market to check that there aren't any explosives. Again, not something that I can verify independently at this point, but just bringing you the latest of what's being said in local media here.
And Siobhan, just remind us about other recent attacks in Germany. As we've been saying, we don't know at the moment whether this was terror-related or a tragic accident of some nature, but certainly Germany has been on alert, hasn't it, in recent months?
Yes, it has, because Germany was on alert over the summer because it was hosting the Euros, so they put on an extra 22,000 police officers then because they believed there was a much higher risk of attacks there, possibly focusing on some of the stadiums or the crowds gathering. There was an attack also in the summer in Solingen, where people were stabbed at a festival, a summer festival essentially, by a failed asylum seeker. Now, there was an extensive police search that went on there, and the next day the person responsible for that was apprehended, taken by police. However, Germany is always really on alert for these possible situations around the Christmas market time, particularly when you think back in 2016 when a truck deliberately was driven into the Christmas market here in Berlin, killing 13 people, injuring dozens, and then there was a chase. The driver in that situation actually escaped, the person who had taken the truck and driven into the Christmas market escaped, and then there was a manhunt and they were eventually shot dead a few days later. But that, of course, is something that means that authorities are on high alert because the Christmas markets are extremely busy. They're popular with locals and they're popular with tourists as well.
I was in Berlin not so long ago and was actually struck by the number of extra barriers, security blocks that have been installed in central pedestrian areas. Is that something you see a lot of in Germany, or is that does that tend to just be in the capital?
No, so reports that are coming from the scene in Magdeburg suggest there were barriers at the end as well, because normally what happens is these markets are put in like either busy squares or busy streets, popular streets in the centre of the city, and so they tend to cordon off each end with barriers, and like you say, sometimes you'll have big blocks or even a different type of cordon. But that is something that we would expect to see. They're not normally open to the main road, for example. They're not something you could accidentally take a wrong turn and drive into by accident. You normally would have to drive through a barrier, which is certainly what's being reported in the local media here, that the car drove through the barrier. And from the distressing initial videos that I've seen coming out on social media, it does appear, once they're verified, that the car seems to have been driving really at speed into this Christmas market. And just if you can imagine, the Christmas markets have those little kind of wooden huts that go in rows. So you've got 2 rows of Christmas huts, and then in the middle people would walk down. Sometimes you have tables or high sort of barrels there where people put their drinks and stop and mill around and look at the stalls. And it seems that the car has gone through the middle of 2 rows of huts and hit people who are in that middle bit.
Yeah, that video certainly extremely distressing, and certainly far too distressing to show on television in its current form. We are just getting a little bit of reaction, Siobhan. The regional government spokesperson Matthias Schuppe and the city spokesperson Michael Reif have both said that they suspect it was an attack. Suspect is obviously the key word there. And we've also heard from the Saxony-Anhalt governor, Reiner Haseloff, who says this is a terrible event, particularly now in the days before Christmas. He is making his way to the scene as we speak. Just tell us a little bit more about this town.
Well, Magdeburg is a town that's about 2.5 hours down from Berlin, a drive. It's a busy town. At this time of year, that Christmas market would have been extremely busy because this is the last working day, really, for many Germans ahead of Christmas week next week. So people tend to gather, meet friends, and as we in the UK would maybe be meeting friends in the pub tonight, many people go to the Christmas market. They go there and have beer and mulled wine and celebrate there. So you can imagine that it would have been a busy, high-spirited situation that was going on there, and it could have been potentially even busier than normal because it's a Friday night and because we are now into that week ahead of the holidays.
Yeah, of course. And for people who are just joining us now, Siobhan, it might be worth just recapping what the latest situation is. We know a car has driven into a crowd at that Christmas market in the eastern German town of Magdeburg. We are understanding that one person at least has been killed and several more have been injured. We have moving footage now from the scene, and as you can see, a huge emergency services presence there. We know that many police officers were already on site. There has been a sense that people need to be vigilant as these Christmas markets are taking place across Germany. So there was already a big police presence before this incident took place. You can see there they're erecting tarpaulins as they presumably treat people who are injured on the scene. Someone there being taken into the back of an ambulance. We know that the driver of this vehicle has been arrested. He's currently being interviewed by police. We don't know whether this was some sort of accident, some sort of tragic accident, or whether it is terror-related. But as Siobhan was saying, certainly eyewitnesses are suggesting that the car was travelling at heavy speed through that crowd of people, just simply enjoying a Friday evening out, shopping, eating and drinking at that Christmas market. You can see there just the huge numbers of emergency personnel attending the scene, a fire truck, numerous ambulances, heavy police presence as well. Siobhan, this footage, I don't know if you're able to see it where you are, but it does show a pretty chaotic picture, doesn't it?
Yes, certainly there's footage I've seen, one of what appears to be when the car drives into the Christmas market suggests there's a very serious scene indeed that police and emergency services will now be dealing with. And other footage I've seen from the scene shows a very large police presence with police cars with their lights on, blocking the road as they go about trying to do their work. Just to recap what's coming out of local media here in Germany, Bild is suggesting that at least 20 people have been injured. Local media also suggesting at least one person has died. Several local spokespeople, including Saxony-Anhalt's Prime Minister, have spoken about how terrible this event is. He's heading to the scene. There have been suggestions by some that they believe this could be a terror attack, but it really is, according to the police, too soon for them to comment on this. Their focus is going to be on trying to help those who have been injured and secure that scene. And it's suggested by Bild that they are now searching that Christmas market to see if there are any explosives as well. We're not clear if that's due to a tip-off or any information they've got, or they're just doing that because they want to be sure that there aren't going to be any follow-up attacks if this is a terror attack. We know that they have arrested the driver of that vehicle, so they'll be speaking to that person now, trying to find out really quickly what the motivation here was. Is this a terror attack? Was this just a terrible accident? Unfortunately, many German media outlets now suggesting that it may have been terror.
Yeah, Siobhan, we're just hearing from the AFP news agency citing emergency services that between 60 and 80 people have been injured, which is a huge number, isn't it? Clearly, this was a packed Christmas market early on a Friday night. Many people there, and a car can do a huge amount of damage in that sort of scenario.
Yes, and from the video that we've seen, which is actually really too graphic, some of what I've seen to show on television at the moment, it does appear that this car, if that video is verified, drove at speed into a crowd. So, and you can see people being hit by the car. So depending how fast that driver was going will depend on the how extensive those people's injuries are. But if they're already saying, emergency services are already saying that more than 60 people potentially are injured, then this does look like a large number of people were hit by this vehicle.
And Siobhan, I think it's worth reiterating, isn't it, that there have been a number of very serious incidents in recent months in Germany, and the Interior Minister in Germany was saying that people really do need to be vigilant when they're out and about at events like this during the Christmas period.
Yes, the Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, had said a few weeks ago that while there was no concrete evidence of plans to attack a Christmas market that they found at that point, they wanted everyone to be vigilant. You know, this is a packed country where almost every big city hosts a Christmas market of some kind, and they are, for people who want to carry out terror attacks, a prime target, because they know that people will be gathered in numbers, are often relaxed, they happen at night, and so they have been targeted in the past. We were talking before about 2016 when a person who said they were affiliated to Islamic State drove a stolen truck into the Christmas market here in Berlin. They killed 13 people, injured more, and then went on the run and were eventually shot by police. But it is something that is in the minds of authorities and the Interior Minister, of course, when we get to this period, because it's not just Germans that are enjoying them. People from around the world flock to Germany to visit these markets, and Magdeburg has a population of around 240,000, so it is a big place. And the last weekend before Christmas, you can imagine lots of people will have clocked off work early today, schools have finished, and people will have been enjoying celebrating with friends and family.
I mean, questions surely will be asked, Siobhan, given that history that you've been describing over the last 20 minutes or so of attacks such as this in the past. People will be asking, why aren't these central areas, these town squares, these pedestrian parts of a city where these markets are held simply more secure?
I think there will be questions. Of course, there's always questions when these types of incidents happen. I can't explain the scene in Magdeburg. I haven't seen it from myself. My understanding is there were barriers and that the person drove through the barrier. And I think the sad reality is that if you are a determined person who wants to cause catastrophe, loss of life, devastation, then you will do that. You will find a way. But there have been warnings around crowded places, and it's something that Germans have been on reasonably high alert for the last half a year, really, because they were on high alert over the Euros with stadiums around the country hosting football matches, and they're being told, be careful, there could be a terror attack at this point. So they have been on alert. There was then the Solingen attack, where people were attacked at a festival. Earlier in the year, there was one in Mannheim as well, where a policeman was killed. So there have been situations here, but I think really it's impossible to police every single market in the country if you haven't got the information as to where someone's planning to hit if this is indeed a terror attack.
Siobhan, we're just coming up to 8 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. The breaking news this hour: a car has driven into a crowd of people at a Christmas market in Germany. As we approach the top of the hour, Siobhan, could you recap for us what we know so far?
Yes, so we understand that this situation happened in Magdeburg, which is a town, a city with around 240,000 people living in the area of Saxony-Anhalt. The first report seemed to happen around just after 7 o'clock this evening, that a car had ploughed into a busy Christmas market. Now, AFP news agency are suggesting that emergency services are saying between 60 and 80 people could have been injured. We're also hearing from local media that at least one person has been killed. But video apparently from the scene, which we're still trying to verify, suggests that this car seems to have driven at speed into a crowd which has been gathering, celebrating on this last weekend before Christmas, and this car has ploughed at speed. The police have arrested the driver, but there is now an extensive police operation going on.
Siobhan, thank you very much for taking us through what we know so far. Viewers that have just joined us, you can see the pictures from Magdeburg. The very latest that we have coming into Sky News Centre of this incident that's taking place this evening. It is now 8 o'clock. I'm Gillian Joseph, and you're watching Sky News' continuing coverage of breaking news from Germany, where it's being reported 60 to 80 people have been injured and at least one person has been killed. That is after a vehicle drove into a Christmas market in the East German city of Magdeburg. Well, these, as we say, are the latest pictures from the scene. The incident comes just 4 months after a knife attack in the city of Solingen left 3 people dead in August, whilst 13 people were killed when a truck was driven into a Christmas market in Berlin in 2016. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, is still with us. And for those that have just joined us in this hour, Siobhan, take us through what we know so far.
Yes, well, I've just seen a report coming in just now from local media, again, not verified yet, suggesting as many as 11 people now may have died. Between 60 and 80 people, according to the AFP news agency, have been injured after a car appears to have driven into a Christmas market in Magdeburg. Now, Magdeburg is a place with around 240,000 inhabitants. It was hosting its Christmas market like many other towns and cities across Germany are now. Videos from the scene appear to show a car driving at speed into crowds which have been milling around in that Christmas market area. It's reported that the car actually drove through the barriers. We know the state leader is making his way to the scene, but says it is a very terrible situation. And this comes just a few weeks after Germany's Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, said while they didn't have any specific intelligence to suggest that there was going to be any attacks on Christmas markets, that people should be vigilant.
And Siobhan, just remind us of the history, because 8 years ago, as we've been saying, a truck driven by Anis Amri, described as a failed Tunisian asylum seeker with Islamist links, crashed into a crowded Christmas market in Berlin, killing 13 people.
A horrendous scene. I remember reporting on it at the time, actually, from Berlin. And basically what happened was this person stole a truck, killed the driver, drove the truck into a busy Christmas market, killing 13, injuring many more, and then went on the run, actually, and was shot a few days later. But that attack was claimed by Islamic State. Now, at the moment, it's far too soon to say definitively whether this is a terrorist attack, although certainly there are many media outlets here in Germany and local officials who are suggesting they believe at this point that it does seem to be that is what has happened. But what we don't know is the background to this. What we do know is that police have arrested the driver of the car or of the vehicle at the scene. And we understand from Bild newspaper, which is a popular newspaper here in Germany, that police are now searching that market just to check there aren't any explosives. What we don't know is whether that's because they've had some sort of extra intelligence or whether they're just being cautious because we've seen in other terror attacks around the world that sometimes you get one attack, one place, and everyone focuses on that, and then suddenly you get a follow-up. So they'll be securing the area, and you can see from pictures of the scene that there is a huge police operation going on, and police have said that they cordoned off the area, the market is shut. Emergency services, of course, focusing their energy on trying to tend to those who have been injured, but also trying to move anyone who's left in the area to safety, because they'll want that area completely cleared to make sure that if there is any follow-up situation, that no one else is caught up in it.
Siobhan, what can you tell us about the area of Magdeburg, an eastern German town to the west of Berlin?
Yes, so it's the state capital of Saxony-Anhalt, around 240,000 people. Like many places here, it hosts its Christmas market, and these are places that are extremely popular with locals. People go there in the evening. Like in the UK, you might see people out tonight, the last Friday before Christmas, heading out to the pub with friends. Lots of people will be going to the Christmas markets, having glühwein, having beer, standing outside, often under heaters, and they gather in large numbers there. And looking at video from the scene, it does appear that there were a lot of people at that Christmas market. Now, from what I can see, the design of that market appears to be kind of a traditional one where you have rows of these little wooden huts next to each other. So you have one row on one side, a kind of walkway in the middle, and then one in the other side, and people mill in between, buying drinks or buying, local scarves or artisan products.
Siobhan, sorry.
And what seems to have happened is the cars come through the middle.
Siobhan, just to interrupt you, sorry, we're just getting a statement in from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, in which he's saying that my thoughts are with victims and families. That's just come in and seeing if there's any more on that. The news suggests that something bad. That's what he's saying. So thoughts with the victims and families, and he's gone on to say that the news suggests something bad. That's the first official comment that we've got from Germany. Siobhan.
Yeah, sorry, the reason I'm looking down is because this is such a breaking incident at the moment. New lines are coming in the whole time, so I'm just keeping an eye on it to bring you all the latest lines as I get them. But as we've seen so far, AFP news agency is suggesting that 60 to 80 people have been injured. Local media suggesting as many as 11 people have already been confirmed dead now, and this has happened, as we've said, in Magdeburg, a place with around 240,000 inhabitants, hosting its Christmas market, which appeared to have barriers in place. But it seems, from initial reports, that the driver of this car drove straight through the barriers.
And Siobhan, the police operation at the moment, the pictures that we're seeing are the latest, but the police operation at the moment presumably will be to contain the scene, but we do know that an arrest has been made.
Yes, as you say, so there'll be certain sections to the operation that's going on. We know that one person has been arrested, believed to be the driver of the car. We understand from local media Bild that police that are on the scene are now searching the rest of the Christmas market to see if there are any explosives. We understand from the police themselves that they have an extensive operation in place and that they've cleared the area or are in the process People who were injured on the scene, maybe walking wounded, will still be being tended to. Emergency services will have got there and have been taking people who have been seriously injured to hospital. I've read on local media that in the city of Halle, which is nearby, hospitals there are preparing to take some of the injured as well. So really an emergency situation, it appears, has been declared in this area, so that they're mobilising nearby hospitals to help support, treat those who have been injured.
And we're looking at a live shot now of the Christmas market there. And as you were saying, reports coming in of 60 to 80 injured gives an indication of perhaps how packed the market would have been at the time of the incident.
I mean, these are so popular. Imagine basically a closed pedestrianised street, the last Friday before Christmas, where people will go with friends and families to eat. So they all sell, the stalls sell food, to drink glühwein, to drink beer, to buy some local artisanal food or goodies. And so they are extremely popular. And the fact that someone may have targeted one will shake this country, because it is so close to Christmas and it is almost on the anniversary of the Berlin Christmas market attack in 2016, which happened on the 19th of December, where 13 people will be killed. So immediately, even before we get official confirmation that this is a terror attack, which lots of people are suggesting, but we're still waiting for that official confirmation, many people in Germany will be adding up what they're seeing on social media and believing that that is what they're seeing happening.
We're seeing some shots of police on screen now with firearms moving quite rapidly to a destination. Don't know what that is. But are you aware of what the police instruction has been to the public? Are they to stay away from the scene?
So police have put out very little, but they said there's an extensive operation in the area. They have cleared the scene. They will not be letting anyone near that scene now, particularly if they're looking for explosives as well. They'll be securing all of it, and they'll be looking for extra information. They'll be trying to collect any CCTV that might be around to see the direction where this car has come from, to see whether has this come from a local area, has it driven in from the motorway, were they driving at speed, did they speed up before they got to the Christmas market, is it someone who's lost control of their vehicle? They'll be doing a lot of this intelligence gathering at this point to try and build up evidence about what's going on, to try and work out if the risk is now contained or whether there's more to be done.
OK, Siobhan, stay with us. We're going to speak to Graham Wetton now, police commentator, who has joined us. Graham, good evening. Thanks for speaking to us this evening. Very shocking events have been unfolding.
Yeah, good evening. Very shocking events. Really difficult for the police to control these. These Christmas markets are very popular. Loads of people, pedestrians, cars, etc. Unless you literally encircle these with like concrete bollards, vehicle protection bollards, to stop vehicles getting anywhere near them, it's exceptionally difficult, which is why you see in many of these a high police presence, a high visible policing presence, just patrolling the areas, trying to deter and prevent this type of attack. It's exceptionally difficult to prevent. And it's also very, very challenging. If something like this happens, there's normally chaos for about an hour or two, while you're coming to terms with exactly what's happened, if there's any outstanding suspects, if there's any more threats to people, can you evacuate them to a safe area? Do you need to keep them in the actual market until you secure a safe location to remove people to? So really challenging situation, really challenging evening for the authorities in Germany.
And Graham, we know that one arrest has been made, but as you say, it's still an active situation. Police will be trying to ascertain as to whether there were any other individuals involved.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that report. At least one arrest has been made already. But again, as you've alluded to, the police will be looking at the individual they've arrested, the details of the car, and anything in the car itself, or on the individual. Some really fast-time intelligence information gathering about the individual, about the car, addresses, etc., any links they have, social media profiles, etc. So an awful lot of background intelligence work going on literally as we're speaking in Germany to try and locate anybody else connected with this awful incident.
But what will be going on at the scene now? We've seen cordons been put up around the vicinity. What will the work be that the police are pushing forward with now at the scene?
Once you've established that there's no more ongoing threats, the area is secure, and that's the first priority, the safety of the people there, to make sure they are all safe, they can be evacuated safely to a safe location. There's no further risk of attack in the immediate vicinity. Once you've secured that, secured the individuals, secure the scene itself, secure the crime scene itself, secure any vehicles involved, any individuals, and then very slowly, methodically, they will do a forensic examination of the whole scene, looking at capturing the CCTV in the area, speaking to witnesses, gathering their details, any dash cam footage, etc., from other vehicles. What they would want to try and do is almost build a timeline from where the vehicle came in from, the route it took in to the market itself, and trying to capture any information or evidence from that route in. So a very, very long and painstaking investigation by the officers on scene, but immediate priorities will be to secure that scene, secure the scene, keep it secure overnight, and then probably tomorrow, maybe over the weekend, a very slow, methodical forensic examination to gather as much evidence as they can.
And will one of the things be to actually clear the city centre completely?
Yeah, potentially yes, but clear it in a safe manner, in a safe way. So make sure you're moving people to an area that's already been checked, secured, then it's safe to move them to. But potentially, the cordon can be quite large initially on these types of incidents, and then as you move through the investigation phase, you can then make them much smaller. But maybe initially tonight they'll clear a large part of the city centre, possibly all of it, but without being on scene and actually seeing the geography and the different areas in and out. That is an option, but there'll be a fairly large cordon put in place so the police can secure the whole area, and then they'll work slowly as to establishing the actual inner cordon as opposed to an outer cordon.
We're just reading on the Reuters newswire that the initial assessment is that there was an attack at the Christmas market and that it was an attack. So not suggesting or confirming that it's a terrorist attack, but certainly saying that the initial assessment is that it was definitely an attack.
Yeah, that will come, I think, from literally investigation into the individual involved, the vehicle, etc. So I'd expect something from the German authorities over the next 24 hours or so to either confirm it is a terrorist attack, and that's down to the individual involved and any motivation, any links to any political ideologies, etc. So most police authorities will look to establish firm links, factual links between an individual and some sort of terrorist link before they actually confirm anything as a terrorist attack that we've seen previously.
Yeah, and just to say, the local media are suggesting that 11 people have been killed. Reuters Newswires are saying numerous injured. We've had a figure of between 60 to 80 people potentially injured in the attack, and all hospitals in the area preparing for a mass casualty event. That's according to a spokesperson for the city of Magdeburg. So this is a huge incident, Graham.
Yeah, with figures like that of casualties, a significant critical incident for all the emergency services. So the police authorities, the hospital authorities, every people being called in, I would expect to come into it. They are significant casualty numbers that you just read out, and if they are confirmed, that's a really serious critical incident in Germany for all the emergency services to deal with. That's why you're seeing such activity on the screens now from all the emergency services assisting to just secure the scene, deal with the casualties, get the priority ones to hospital as soon as they possibly can. But they are significant casualty figures you've just read out.
Yeah, I just want to read this latest statement from German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, in which he's expressed his concern about the incident in the city of Magdeburg. On Friday, he's saying the reports from Magdeburg suggest something bad. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. This is a post on the social media platform X. That's the only post or statement that we've had from officials thus far, but that coming in from the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. I suppose still trying to establish exactly the nature of the attack before there is an official statement.
Yeah, that's slightly refreshing. It seems a lot of the politicians aren't literally jumping straight in without getting the facts first. They're also expressing their condolences, etc., and their concerns for the incident that's happened. But hopefully, waiting until they get the actual facts, which will take some time. This is such a chaotic scene, and with the numbers of casualties you read out, that has to be your first priority as an emergency responder when you get up to an incident like this. Is dealing with the casualties. So the first thing you need to do is make sure they get the right treatment promptly and they get taken to hospital as soon as possible. But then just literally getting those numbers correctly gathered, because there's people watching this who will be concerned for friends and family that may have been in the area. So you need to get your facts absolutely accurate. And the casualty figures can vary, because you get different reports at major incidents like this, and they go to maybe 1 or 2 or 3 different hospitals. So you have to put officers at those hospitals where they can start collating those details of actually who they've got, the extent of their injuries. That all then gets collated and gathered at a central location. If the German police have got similar policies or processes that we have in the UK, once you've got those facts established, then you can start releasing the information. But that's why police authorities are often quite reluctant at such an early stage to start confirming maybe exact numbers and exact details of what's happened. And I think it's wise for politicians just to wait for those facts to be confirmed by the emergency services, the police, the ambulance, and the fire services. That is exactly what's gone on, the numbers that are involved, and almost like a timeline.
And Graham, we know that these Christmas markets are hugely popular. They attract a lot of people. Will there have been security factored in anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, most of these markets now, even on the continent and definitely in the UK, you've seen posts recently in the last couple of weeks in the UK about people noticing the fact there's armed officers patrolling many of our own Christmas markets. It will be similar on the continent. There'll be a security and a risk assessment conducted, but you still have to let people go to these things. You can't put literally like a ring of steel around it, because as we've seen by some of the comments, that people get quite concerned when they see like armed police and roadblocks and security checks for all these events. And there's hundreds of these things going on, right away across Europe. So they're a really popular attraction. The balance of the police is to have a proportionate security operation with enough security checks to deter, and for most of them, prevent anything like this happening. But if someone is that determined with a vehicle to drive in and then start driving through crowds, there's crowds all over Europe around Christmas time, as we've seen it in the UK and across the continent. So it's exceptionally difficult and challenging for the police to stop any sort of vehicle-borne attack in areas like this, where you have to have vehicle access for emergency services, for deliveries, for people coming in and out, etc. So, to what extent do you put that vehicle blockade in, and let no more vehicles into a certain area, because that then detracts from the actual event itself. So it's a difficult balancing act. The security and risk assessment, I'm presuming, would have been done anyway, as it is in most of these for these events. So it's a really challenging situation to completely and absolutely prevent on every occasion.
OK, Graham, thank you very much for the moment. Do stay with us. I'm going to take our audience back now to Siobhan Robbins, who's in Berlin. Siobhan, remind us exactly what has happened this evening and bring us up to date with any new information that has come into you.
Yes, information coming in all the time now after reports earlier this evening that a car had driven into a crowd at a Christmas market in Magdeburg. Now, that's the state capital of an area called Saxony-Anhalt. And essentially, if you roughly drew a straight line from Berlin to Hanover, it's kind of in the middle of Germany. And it, like many towns and cities here, was hosting its Christmas market, a busy market. Videos from the scene appear to show a car driving at speed into a crowd that had gathered there. Some people will have been eating, drinking, buying little gifts for Christmas. Now, we understand from AFP news agency that between 60 and 80 people have been injured. Local media saying as many as 11 people have been killed. We've heard from the Chancellor of Germany, Olaf Scholz, who said in a statement, the reports from Magdeburg suggest something terrible is to come. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. We stand by their side and by the side of the people of Magdeburg. My thanks go to those dedicated rescue workers in these anxious hours. We've also heard some statements from other people. You might know, just as some background, that Germany is going towards an election, and the person who is fighting to be Chancellor from the CDU, Friedrich Merz, has put out a statement saying, this is very depressing news from Magdeburg. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. I thank all the emergency services who are caring for the injured on site. Now, there are statements coming out from witnesses on the scene who are talking to local media. One person has told local media that they saw warlike conditions, and it does appear that there is a very serious incident which is unfolding there. All hospitals, we're told by a city spokesperson, are preparing for a mass casualty event. We understand that in the city of Halle, which is about 80 kilometres away from Magdeburg, that hospitals there have also been put on standby to tend to those who are injured, and police telling people in the area to go home, to stay away from the area. Local media here reporting that they've also swept that market after arresting the driver of this vehicle, but they've now swept the market for explosive. That's a detail we can't confirm. Police at the moment focusing on doing their jobs, not updating their social media that often now. We are getting stuff, though, from the local authorities saying that there are numerous injured people, and the initial assessment is that there was an attack at the Christmas market. That a spokesperson from the city of Magdeburg.
And Siobhan, it was only last month that the German Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, was saying that there were no concrete indications of a danger to Christmas markets this year, but that it was wise to be vigilant.
Yes, that was the message that was put out. And as I've been saying, in a way, Germans have been sort of on alert for potential attacks since the summer, because, of course, Germany hosted the Euros. During that tournament, there were extra 20,000 police officers on shift to try and keep crowds that came into the country safe. And that they were told then that there was a possibility of a terror attack. We have seen some terror attacks as well this year. For example, in Mannheim, we saw one earlier this year. In Solingen, in August, we saw a failed asylum seeker go into a festival and attack people. He was then he handed himself into police actually the next evening. And we also, in the last few weeks, have heard reports of people being arrested for planning attacks on various Christmas markets around the country. But it appeared that police and intelligence agencies were ahead of these people. But as Graham was saying, if this is a terror attack, and it does appear that the city officials are now using the language, certainly, that it was an attack, that you can't put a ring of steel around everywhere. And given that basically every big city, certainly many smaller towns as well here in Germany, host these Christmas markets, that they're extremely popular, there isn't, that, you know, the police can only do so much to keep everyone safe.
We're just seeing updated lines from the Reuters news agency that all hospitals in the city of Halle, is it, preparing for a mass casualty event. So that just being updated. How far, do we know how far that would be from Magdeburg?
Yes, it's about 80 kilometres, Halle. So it's a big city. They will have hospitals that can help deal with this. So obviously what they've done is, we've heard from the spokespeople from Magdeburg city saying all of our hospitals, all of our clinics here are preparing for a mass casualty event. And then what they've done is, given that they've taken an assessment of the scene, they then put the alert out, it appears, to surrounding cities that have big hospitals, who maybe will take some of the other injured. We have been told from AFP news agency that the injured could be anything between 60 and 80. What we don't know is how many of those are severely injured. And so the focus obviously will be getting care to the most severely injured, and then more of the walking wounded, potentially moving to hospitals that are further away. But then, of course, there might be hospitals in Magdeburg which can't deal with certain types of injuries. So then they'll be looking at specialist units to try and move those people to. So it's a highly complicated emergency situation which will be being coordinated now. We know the police telling people, stay away from the area, don't panic, be calm, because they don't want a panic situation and then someone having a crash or something like that. They're saying, go home, be calm. And the videos from the area seem to show a police cordon with the cars with their lights on, stopping people going into that area. But a really difficult moment for Germany. Just a few days out from Christmas now, the final Friday, people will have been out celebrating, getting ready for the long weekend. I actually just came into Berlin Airport in the last few hours, and so many people there were there welcoming loved ones. There was a real feel that the holiday period had started. And so I think lots of people will have been at the market and celebrating.
I'm just seeing a new line coming in that German police suspect an explosive device in the vehicle after the Christmas market incident. That coming from a broadcaster citing the police. It's not clear whether they believe the device still to be in situ, but the very latest that we're reading now.
Yeah, and that seems to tally with what Bild newspaper was saying. They were saying for the last half an hour or so that sources they'd been speaking to had said that the police were searching the market now for explosives. So they clearly, that's information that they've heard. Now it's suggesting that possibly is the case. And I think that is usual, as Graham was saying, that when you get an incident of this type, when you believe it's an attack, you've arrested the driver, you secure the scene, they then check that vehicle to check that that's safe, clear that in case there's any explosives, and then check the area around to check there isn't any secondary risk to the public.
OK, Siobhan, I'm just going to cross back to Graham Wetton, who's still with us. And Graham, don't know if you've heard that latest piece of information coming in, that the police suspect an explosive device in the vehicle. So obviously the search now will be to ascertain as to what that device is, if there is one.
Yeah, they'll secure that vehicle, put a cordon around it, and then if they do suspect there's a explosive device in it, they'll call their own bomb disposal experts in to have a look at it, assess it, and then deal with it accordingly. But if they do suspect there's something in it, if they've looked inside it and seen something that's aroused suspicion or something's been said to them by the suspect that there might be something in the vehicle, they have to treat it accordingly, take their time with it, put a cordon around it, get the properly trained people and equipped people in to then examine the vehicle, examine any packages or devices that's in it, and either detonate it or defuse it. So that may take some time. And that also puts an added complication for them in keeping the scene secure. They've now got a potential explosive device on the vehicle, but they've also still got to keep the scene secure, move people away nice and safely, and deal with the actual incident that took place.
Yeah, and that will be a priority to make sure that no one is within the vicinity, won't it?
Absolutely. I think I heard either Siobhan or yourself mention they've swept through the market area, and there's also now messages going out to tell people to keep clear. That's often a challenge for policing when you get a major incident, a critical incident like this, mass casualty then, that you get other people come into the area to either stand nearby or look to see what's going on. So I think that a clear message going out from the German authorities is asking people, one, to leave the area, and two, to stay clear. So all the emergency vehicles have a clear access route into the area, and more importantly, any ambulances with casualties have a clear exit route to those hospitals, some of which I think I heard was 80 kilometres away. So they will be asking people to remove, leave the area, stay away from the area, try and keep the roads clear so that the ambulances can move those casualties as quickly as possible to those hospitals.
And Graham, how worried will police be, how worried will the authorities be that other Christmas markets in other towns could be vulnerable at this moment?
I think all police authorities across Europe will be making contact with their colleagues in Germany, and as soon as they can, they will want an intelligence update, an assessment of the individual involved, the type of vehicle, any sort of background or links. Hasn't yet been, to my knowledge, been declared officially as a terrorist attack, but it does bear the hallmarks. So most police forces across Europe and any with Christmas markets will be waiting for an update from the German authorities in Magdeburg, and then they'll be reviewing their own security arrangements at their own Christmas markets leading up to Christmas. So from now until Christmas, there'll probably be a review of all security arrangements in and around most of the Christmas markets in Europe, if not all of them.
The German security authorities are saying that they'll investigate the Christmas market incident. That's according to the Interior Minister. Potentially, could we see Christmas markets shut down from today, particularly within Germany?
Possibly. I mean, that's a decision for the authorities. They're based on the any information, intelligence they glean from this attack, the individual. If they feel there's a risk of more potential attacks because of any information or intelligence they gain, then that will be either advice or guidance they give to those local markets, the market towns, that it isn't a safe and secure environment to hold a market. So that's a potential for the German authorities. But that's a decision to be made, I would think, at a fairly high level and after some significant consultation. And once they've got as many of the facts together as they can and a reassessment of the risk to any other markets over this weekend. So it may well be that some might not open over the weekend, but it's up to them to look at the information intelligence, make a balanced, reasoned judgment on what they have. And if there is an ongoing risk, if there's an ongoing chance that there's an escalation of these types of attacks at these types of venues, then they make the appropriate decision.
Probably not something that you can comment on, but just reading via the Reuters news wires that Elon Musk on X, formerly Twitter, is posting that Olaf Scholz should resign immediately. So clearly holding him responsible for the attack this evening. But as we were saying, Graham, it's very early as to, ascertain what type of attack this has been, if indeed it has been an attack.
Yeah, I would always suggest, I urge people to just wait until the German authorities actually establish all the facts, all the details, before making some sort of rash decision or suggestion that anyone needs to resign or leave. It's anyone's responsibility. I think, within the police and all the emergency services, to wait to gather all the facts before you start making, judgments and decisions of that type.
The primary aim this evening, though, will be what for the police?
Secure the scene, make sure the casualties are treated promptly, get into ambulances, get to hospitals as quickly as they can. That's why it's important, as I said, that the roads are kept as clear as they possibly can to make sure they get to those emergency departments as soon as possible. So once they've got the casualties dealt with and removed from the area, make sure anybody else in the area is removed safely and they leave the area. Secure the scene itself, secure the whole route that the car took, then start looking at gathering CCTV images from any shops or storefronts, look at any dash cam footage they can gather. So probably an appeal coming out later on if you're in the area at the time, you've got any dash cam footage. They'll be looking now fast time to build up an intelligence picture about the suspect that's been arrested, about the vehicle, the history of the vehicle, the route it's taken in, where it started from. They know where it's finished. They've detained one suspect. So just securing the scene. But first of all, priority has to be your casualties. And then once you've got them and anybody else that's in the area, safe and secure, removed from the area, get their details, because a lot of those will be potential witnesses to actually what happened. And then slowly put your cordon in place, make that as big as you possibly can to make sure you've got the whole area secure, the whole route the car took is secure and contained, and then very slowly, methodically work your way through it. But lots of things going on at the same time. It's always a very, very chaotic scene for about the first hour or two as you're gathering details of casualties, gathering details of the hospitals they've all been taken to, making sure you've got your numbers correct so you don't go releasing figures or stats are totally inaccurate. So that's difficult then, trying to get officers to some hospitals that might be 80 kilometres away and making sure they gather the numbers of casualties coming in correctly and the number tallies for what's gone into ambulances. So a lot of coordination work between all the emergency services. So the ambulance will be keeping a record of the casualties they've removed, the injuries, the hospitals they've gone to. They pass that to the police. they've got like a running total then, so they can be accurate with the figures they put out. And at the same time, the police on scene will be looking to secure the scene itself to make sure that forensically any evidence can be gathered. And then the officers dealing with the suspect will be looking to gather as much intelligence and information as quickly as they possibly can about that individual, and if there's any links to anybody else in the area, and any then potential further attacks that might take place.
Graham, thanks very much for the moment. Do stay with us, though. I want to cross back to Siobhan Robbins, who's in Berlin for us. And Siobhan, wondering if you can give us any insight as to why Elon Musk is calling for Olaf Scholz to resign immediately.
Yeah, so the background to this is not specific reaction to what's happened in Magdeburg. Basically, in the last 24 hours, Elon Musk tweeted his support for the far-right AfD party, just like he's tweeted support for other populist parties across Europe. But he said essentially that only the AfD can save Germany. And this at a time when earlier this week there was a vote of confidence which is essentially triggering an election which will happen at the end of February next year. At the end of February, next year. And there are three main parties in that: the Chancellor's Party, the CDU, which is Angela Merkel's, the former Chancellor's Party, and the AfD, which is the far-right party. The far-right have been gaining support over the last year, and Elon Musk has decided to go into the fray and say that only the AfD can save Germany. That then prompted response from the AfD, who said, basically, yes, you're exactly right. We are perfectly placed to do this, but also reaction from the Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, who said we have freedom of speech, which also applies to multi-billionaires, but freedom of speech also means you can say things that are not right and do not contain good political advice. So for whatever reasons, Elon Musk has now seen what's happened in Magdeburg, which we understand has injured at least 60 people, and decided that this is the moment to call for Olaf Scholz to resign, although it is a fairly moot point because there's already been a vote of confidence and an election is on the way. So effectively, the process of him stopping as Chancellor at this point is already underway. It's now up for voters to decide who they want to run Germany.
Siobhan, for viewers that have just joined us, put into context the city of Magdeburg, we know that the Christmas market, extremely popular and very, very well attended.
Yes, so for people who aren't aware of the Christmas market culture here in Germany, which is similar to lots of other places in Europe, it's a really big deal, not just for tourists who come here to visit the beautiful Christmas markets, but also for local people who go out and meet friends and celebrate in them. And this is the last Friday before Christmas. So looking at pictures which appear to show the moment the car hit the crowd there, it did seem to be extremely busy. Now, reports saying that the car that went into this Christmas market in Magdeburg, which is the state capital of an area called Saxony-Anhalt. It's basically in almost like the middle of Germany. If you draw a straight line west from Berlin, you'll hit Magdeburg, keep going, and you'll get to Hanover. 240,000 people live there. Many of them will have been celebrating, moving into Christmas. Lots of families getting together from now ahead of Christmas next week. We do understand that there were barriers, but the car went through that. We know from the police, or from authorities at least, that it seems that the person who was driving that car has been arrested, but reports suggesting they are now sweeping the area and that vehicle for possible explosives. And then spokespeople from the city of Magdeburg, who've put out their initial statements, say that this does seem to be some sort of attack. They haven't said who potentially is responsible for that yet, but it comes after the Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, a few weeks ago said while there wasn't any specific intelligence to suggest that there were any attacks planned at that point on Christmas markets, that people should be vigilant.
And Siobhan, remind people of the fact that this comes 8 years after an attack on a Christmas market in Berlin.
Yeah, I think that's why, aside from the fact of when it's happening, the time of year that it's happening, which of course is just adds to the stress, people coming together, lots more people will have been there. In 2016, on the 19th of December, so the anniversary yesterday, a person who affiliated themselves with, they said they were affiliated with Islamic State, stole a truck and drove it into Berlin Christmas market, killing 13 people, injuring more. That person actually wasn't arrested at the scene and went on the run and was shot by police in Italy, actually, trying to cross the border. But that memory of that horrendous scene, and I remember reporting from that scene in 2016, in the days afterwards, will shake many people here. And it comes off the back of reports in the last few weeks that several the intelligence agencies and the police and security services had arrested several people in different areas who they believe were planning or scouting out locations for attacks on Christmas markets. No suggestion that any of these people were linked to each other or this was part of a wider, mass coordinated plan. But certainly it was something that it's clear the authorities have been keeping an eye on. And all of this in the back of a year where Germany really had already been on high alert for potential terror attacks because, for one reason, they've been hosting the Euros. So they had this mass football tournament with hundreds of thousands of people coming in over the summer. They put on 22,000 extra police officers. They warned people then to be vigilant. And that kind of repeat warning of vigilance has continued because after the Euros, then we had the Solingen attack, which is in West Germany, where a failed asylum seeker killed people at a music event that was taking place in that town. So people are aware of this, and we've already heard, for example, the leader of the far-right party coming out tonight and saying how many more of these. So these are also not just horrendous events in terms of security and mass casualty events, but they are also events which are highly charged in terms of the political conversations that happen around them.
Siobhan, we've had confirmation, I believe, that one person has lost their lives, but local media putting that figure as high as 11.
Yes, local media is saying 11, and certainly we know from the city of Magdeburg spokespeople that their hospitals have been primed for a mass casualty event. We also understand that hospitals in the city of Halle, which is about 80 kilometres away, have also been primed to be ready for people who've been injured in this attack. So it's very clear from those types of actions that this is a serious incident and potentially, sadly, that the number of people who have been killed in it could rise, because what we don't know about the numbers that we're hearing about those injured, which we've been told by AFP news agency at this stage, they believe stands between 60 and 80. We don't know how many of that group are severely injured.
Siobhan, have we had any eyewitness accounts as to actually what happened?
So we've seen some eyewitness accounts coming through. The one that I've seen is from someone who said that it was like warlike conditions. So that being repeated from a local German newspaper that said a man who watched the car, he seemed to have been working in a local burger stand, said that it turned into warlike conditions. Other eyewitnesses telling German media that families had been in the fairy tale area of the car park when the car slammed through the barriers. So clearly, because it was quite early in the evening as well, it sounds like it wasn't just adults at the Christmas market, but people potentially there with their children. And I think that's a really important point to underline, that these Christmas markets are really a place where locals enjoy gathering. You know, they're full of food stalls. You can sit down with your friends, your colleagues, you know, your neighbours, your kids' school friends, get some beer, get some Glühwein, you know, get some food. And it seems that some people may have had their children there as well, because it was quite early in the evening. And of course, many families already starting to gather with their extended relatives to get ready for Christmas.
Just seeing a post from Reuters news agency. They're referencing a video that was posted on social media from a position above the market, showing a car driving at speed through a crowd walking between 2 rows of market stalls. People can be seen knocked to the ground and running away. And Reuters were able to verify the location with the trees, outline and design of the buildings, matching file and satellite imagery of the area. So that actually caught on camera the moments of impact and the actual speed at which the car was driving.
Yeah, that's actually the video that I've seen on social media. It sounds exactly the same. Basically, from what I can see from that video, which I haven't verified independently, but Reuters news agency seem to have been looking into as well. Essentially, you have these 2 lines of wooden huts, the traditional wooden huts that you might have seen at Christmas markets in the UK, the European-style Christmas markets in the UK. And basically, there are lots of lines of little huts. They go one on one side, a walking area in the middle, and one on the other. And sometimes that walking area might have, you know, high barrels or high tables where people can stop and drink their drinks or eat their food. But it did seem like a very busy scene from the video I saw. And also the car really was driving at speed. This didn't appear to be someone who'd just accidentally taken a wrong turn. This was a car driving at speed into a busy market.
Siobhan, I'm going to cross back now to Graham just to get a bit of insight from him. And Graham, we do know that an arrest has been made. Presumably police will now be trying to ascertain as to whether there are any other people involved in this attack and whether there are other areas that they should be focusing on.
It's a key line of investigation and inquiry for the police from this incident. As I said previously, your first priority is the casualty, but any suspects or suspects come very close second, because you want to make sure the area is safe and secure for the emergency services to go in and start dealing with people. So, you know, the suspects or any other suspects that may have assisted them is also a key aspect and a key priority almost at the same time as dealing with the casualties. So a key line of investigation, key line of inquiry for them to actually make one arrest and then start doing a lot of background checks, background information on that individual. Motive is always difficult in many cases to establish, but that's what they'll be trying to do, try and establish the motive, any links to organisations, links to other individuals in the area or nationally in Germany, just to gauge any threat or potential threat to any other events over the coming weekend. That will be key for the authorities now, is dealing with that suspect, getting their background information, any links, etc., associates, any other vehicles they've got access to. That will be key work that's going on literally probably as we're speaking now by intelligence and investigation units.
And Graham, a little while ago we heard that police suspect that there could potentially be an explosive device in the vehicle.
Yeah, that was one line that came out as well, that they're potentially viewing the vehicle as having a suspected explosive device in it. That's possibly come from either the suspect themselves or from when they first gone up to the vehicle and looked inside it. They've seen something they're not happy with. Puts another challenge on managing the scene itself, because you've almost got then two separate scenes. You've got all the casualties, as we've already spoken about, in the market area, then where the location where the cars finally come to a halt, and then that car becomes a scene in itself, and you have to secure that, make sure it's safe, put a cordon around that, probably about 200 to 400 metres, depending on the size of the car or the size of the device inside it. So fairly wide containment area just around the car itself that you have to sweep, secure and clear before you then bring your bomb disposal experts in to assess the device and then make a judgment as to whether they can either defuse it safely or whether they've got to detonate it. I would expect they prefer to be able, if it is a viable device, to defuse it, because you might get potentially a lot more evidence of it if it's intact. But they'll do it in the most safe and secure manner. They'll assess it first of all, decide the best way of dealing with it if they find a viable device or any sort of device in there. But that will be down to the bomb disposal experts to do their work, their professional work, by looking at anything that's in the vehicle and safely and securely clearing it.
And how wide will the area be that police will want to cordon off and secure? I mean, will they advise all people within the vicinity to stay in their homes, to clear the city centre?
It depends. Again, if we're talking about the vehicle and the possible device, probably about, if it's just a normal sized car, off the top of my head, I think it used to be about 200 metres for a vehicle-borne device. That may have increased now with different explosives or different devices. But it used to be about, I think the difference is predominantly like a small one, medium-sized one, and a large vehicle like a lorry. I think there were 100, 200, 400 metre cordon areas that we used to put in place in the UK when we used our police in the IRA terror campaign. So whenever we dealt with vehicle devices then, they were sort of like the distances we used to use. So it'd be something along those lines, about 200 metres around the vehicle, to be clear, and then possibly the market itself. So we've already heard the general authorities asking people to leave the area if they were there. They will be safely and securely moving those away. And then there's probably going to be a plea as well for people just to stay away from the area. You know, don't block the roads up. It's key that the emergency services have a clear access and exit route from the scene, one for the casualties, but two, to get all the units and the resources they need into the area as quickly as possible so they can deal with this incident as quickly as they possibly can, gather all the information that they can as quickly as they possibly can so they can make informed decisions about any ongoing risk to either local residents or other markets.
With this type of incident, Graham, will they be working through the night? I mean, this is ongoing for the foreseeable future. Through the night, through the weekend. It's when you get a major incident like this, a critical incident, you will, in a mass casualty event, the officers on duty will stay on duty. They'll be calling people in. Investigators will literally be phoned up and called into work. Their specialist units, possibly even their counter-terror, the counter-terror unit will be coming in. They should have, if they're similar to the UK. There's always a team on standby to come in for any sort of incident. So they would be in by now if that's the case. And they will literally work through the night and through tomorrow, and then if need be through Sunday, and so on and so on. And they'll gradually factor in occasional rescues. But from now till I'd expect sometime tomorrow, the officers on duty will stay on duty. Those scenes will stay secure. The officers at the hospital will stay at the hospitals until they get other people to come in at some point tomorrow to take over from them. So it will be literally work throughout the night, and I would expect throughout the weekend on this. Thanks very much for the moment. Stay right where you are. I'm going to return to Siobhan Robbins in Berlin, who has an update for us. Siobhan.
Yes, so this comes from DPA news agency, which is the main German news agency here, and they're saying the man arrested following a suspected attack on a Christmas market in Magdeburg was not previously on law enforcement's radar as a known Islamist. Now, this follows reports by local media that the suspect is about 50 years old. That's according to local media, and also unconfirmed reports, and I really want to underline this, but being reported by lots of German media that the person may have come from Saudi Arabia. However, that hasn't come from the police, and I do want to underline that fact because sometimes in attacks of this kind, the information that comes out at the start from local media or from local sources turns out not to be the case. However, just to bring you up to date, DPA news agency has said that the arrested suspect was not a known Islamist, according to their sources.
So that the very latest coming into us. Graham, I presume you were able to hear that information from Siobhan, that the man that has been arrested and is in custody was not on police radar as a Islamist terror suspect. So that's ruled out, I guess. Not necessarily that the person isn't an Islamist, but they were not on police radar.
Yeah, it's a different way of looking at it. The fact they're not on the radar doesn't actually mean that they're not linked to a group. It just might be they've not been identified or confirmed that they've got any links to a known Islamist or terror group. And it's always difficult. I saw that report online about allegedly from Saudi Arabia suspect. But again, that sometimes comes, and you know, media agencies, news agencies, as you know, send teams to these areas. They'll speak to people that may have seen the incident take place, may have seen the arrest of the suspect, and people naturally will look at somebody and either hear something or assume that somebody is from a certain location. So, as I said in an earlier piece, the police will want facts on this. They will only release facts once they've got them. So once they've confirmed suspects' details, the identity, the nationality, where they're resident, etc., then they will release those facts once they've got them confirmed. And I think it's right for Siobhan to say, it's to underline allegedly from Saudi Arabia. But again, that could have come from third or fourth hand from a witness at the scene who's seen or heard something, and then put two and two together. So from a police perspective, you always work on the facts that you can actually confirm and establish with people before you release the details. So I'd urge people to wait for the German authorities to confirm, 1, the age, 2, the gender, 3, the nationality, and 4, whether they were actually either known or on the radar, so to speak.
And Graham, in an attempt to establish the facts, there will be a lot of questioning, which could take a number of hours. I mean, are there any limits as to how long that the suspect will be questioned for?
I'm not fully up to speed on German terrorist laws. In the UK, it can be days. So I'm not up to speed on the German terrorist laws or their detention rules. But in the UK, it can be up to days. But again, they probably have the similar sort of rights that once they're arrested, they have the right to have a rest period after a certain period of time. So they will probably have to do a few, either 1 or 2 urgent interviews straight away before the suspect goes into any form of rest period to make sure there's no coercion or undue pressure put on them to answer questions, which might sound a bit perverse to people listening to, but there are certain things you have to adhere to when you're dealing with suspects. I'd imagine even in Germany. So they like to do maybe 1 or 2 urgent type interviews before the early hours, and then maybe put the suspect into a rest period and then start again tomorrow. But they want to do a couple of urgent interviews to try and establish, again, as I mentioned, any ongoing risk, any links to other individuals or groups in the area, their background, the liaisons they've had, etc. They want to get that fairly established fairly quickly, maybe by an urgent interview or 2 before any sort of rest period, and then they'll start again tomorrow with more lengthy questioning.
It's 9 o'clock. You are watching Sky News and our continuing coverage of a deadly attack at a Christmas market in the eastern German city of Magdeburg, where a car has been driven into crowds. Here's what we know. The city's deputy mayor says that at least 1 person has been killed and 50 injured. There are local media reports of at least 11 deaths and between 60 and 80 injured. Officials say a man suspected of being the driver has been arrested. Police have said extensive police operations are currently taking place at the Magdeburg Christmas market. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz posted on social media that his thoughts are with the victims and their families. We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg. Well, our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins is with us still. She is in Berlin, but you are looking at the live pictures from Magdeburg of the area surrounding that Christmas market where the attack took place. Siobhan, tell us exactly what happened. Give us a timeline of what happened and when.
Yeah, so this seemed to have started in the early hours of this evening. So the Christmas market would have been fairly busy at that point. Reports that people were there with their families as well, when video seems to show a car driving at speed into a crowd at the Christmas market. Now, police have said that they arrested the driver of that car. According to the German news agency DPA, that person who's being questioned is not a known Islamist, according to their sources. Other German media saying that the person who has been arrested is around 50 years old. Now, we understand from local media that police have been sweeping the market, which they've locked down, got everyone out of. They've been sweeping it for explosives, including sweeping the car that person was driving. And the language coming from the city spokesperson is that an attack appears to have happened in Magdeburg. Now, they haven't said who they believe is responsible or the motivation behind that attack, but they are using the language attack. And they said that the hospitals within the city are prepared for what they're calling a mass casualty event. In terms of the numbers of people that we understand have been injured, AFP news agency saying between 60 and 80 injured, local media, Reuters news agency as well, saying 11 dead at the moment, but those numbers are expected to change because this is a moving situation. And as Graham was saying, the emergency services will be working at speed now, so that we know, for example, that hospitals in the nearby city of Halle, which is around 80 kilometres away, have been told to be on standby to be prepared to receive injured people from the Christmas market. We also know police are putting out updates on social media telling people to be calm, to keep away from the area, and that they are working at speed. But their priority will be twofold: making sure the scene is secure, making sure, and as part of that, making sure that the risk has gone, and then building a timeline of where this car came from to try and build up a better picture of what may have happened and what may have motivated what is being called an attack.
Siobhan, we're looking at the live scenes around the Christmas market.
Ja, es ist eine furchtbare Tragödie. Das ist eine Katastrophe für die Stadt Magdeburg und für das Land und auch generell für Deutschland. Wir haben bisher 2 Tote zu beklagen und viele, viele Verletzte, mindestens 60, davon eine ganze Reihe von Schwerverletzten. Es ist auch gerade jetzt im Zusammenhang mit dem, was ein Weihnachtsmarkt erbringen soll, wirklich einer der schlimmsten Dinge, die man sich nur vorstellen kann. Wir haben den Täter gefasst. Es ist ein aus Saudi-Arabien stammender, hier in Sachsen-Anhalt arbeitender Arzt, der seit 2006 in Deutschland ist. Wir sind gerade dabei, alle weiteren Daten zusammenzutragen und auch das Verhör vorzunehmen. Nach jetzigem Stand ist es ein Einzeltäter, sodass auch für die Stadt nach jetzigem Ermessen keine weitere Gefahr ausgeht, weil wir ihn festnehmen konnten und jetzt alle Untersuchungen laufen. Der Kanzler wird morgen vorbeischauen und hier mit uns die Lage bewerten und auch sicherlich mit uns gemeinsam nicht nur trauern, sondern eben auch entsprechend Maßnahmen besprechen, die notwendig sind. Und ich kann mir vorstellen, dass aufgrund der Schwere dieses Anschlages auch der Generalbundesanwalt tätig werden wird. Zumindest haben wir Signale in dieser Richtung. Mehr können wir jetzt nicht sagen. Wir sind noch mitten drin in der Analyse. Aber jetzt geht es erstmal um die Versorgung der Verletzten und auch darum, dass wir dafür sorgen, dass alle gut medizinisch versorgt werden. Ich danke allen, die sich bisher dort wirklich mit allen Kräften eingesetzt haben, bis hin in die Krankenhäuser hinein. Und mein tiefstes Bedauern und Mitgefühl allen Angehörigen und allen Betroffenen, die auch durch den Schock, selbst wenn sie nicht persönlich betroffen wurden, ganz aus dem Leben gerissen wurden. Und wir müssen sehen, wie wir das jetzt alle gemeinsam verarbeiten. Mir ist jetzt derzeit zur Lage nichts zu sagen. Es ist eine Zahl, die mindestens bei 60 Verletzten zu liegen kommt. Und wir können derzeit nicht ausschließen, weil es sich auch um Schwerverletzte handelt, dass wir noch weitere Menschenleben zu beklagen haben könnten. Aber wie gesagt, das ist jetzt Spekulation. Jedes Menschenleben, was sozusagen diesem Anschlag zum Opfer gefallen ist, ist eine furchtbare Tragödie und ein Menschenleben zu viel. Und wir müssen das alle erstmal jetzt auch verarbeiten und auch langfristig Konsequenzen ziehen, denn es ist schon eine besondere Situation, die wir auch bis in die Täterstruktur hinein hier derzeit bisher hier auch vorfinden. Mehr möchte ich dazu jetzt zum jetzigen Zeitpunkt nicht sagen. Ja, danke. Ja. Ja, ja, danke schön, ja. Wiederhören.
So, wir haben gerade den Ministerpräsidenten gehört.
Geht mal ein bisschen. So, wir haben ja auch noch andere. Ich würde sagen, alle weiteren Details macht jetzt die Innenministerin, weil sie ja auch sozusagen die ganze...
The perpetrator is a doctor from Saudi Arabia. That's according to the German state premier. Also goes on to say the perpetrator acted alone, do not see an ongoing threat. That's the very latest coming in.
So just to fill people in about how it works, basically you've got the Chancellor who's the federal governor, a bit like, I suppose, in the UK, a bit like a prime minister or president, President Macron, for example. And then in all these little areas, the state, which is Saxony-Anhalt, where Magdeburg is the state capital. There'll be a leader of that state. So it seems, and I haven't seen that statement myself yet, that statement is coming from that person. And that will be the person who's getting the immediate lines from the emergency services about what's going on. So they're saying this person appears to have acted alone. That will be reassuring for people living in that city who will be reeling from this attack. 240,000 people live in Magdeburg. You know, it's a reasonable sized place. It's the state capital, as I said, of the area, and Christmas markets are very popular. And the idea that someone could have targeted people as they're celebrating just 5 days before Christmas will be terrifying for people living there. And we don't know the motivation behind what's happened. We do know from the authorities, though, that they are calling this an attack.
The German state premier going on to say we can currently not rule out further deaths due to severe injuries. And the statement goes on, two dead in Christmas market attack. So that figure as to the fatalities rising, according to German state premier, to 2 people now, although local media have been putting that figure at 11, but 2 people confirmed dead now, Siobhan.
Yeah, and I would just give you a bit of background to the culture here. The authorities generally in Germany are very cautious and careful about releasing information too soon. So you don't tend to see the police putting out figures until they're confirmed. So many of the other figures we're seeing, for example, potentially 11 dead, will be sources that local media have within various agencies that are telling them those numbers. But however, the information that we can see from video taken at the scene and from lines coming out of city authorities suggests that this was a very serious crash, and that they've said, all of them seem to be saying, that at least 60 people have been injured. So sadly, whether it's 2 officially confirmed dead now or 11 as other sources are reporting to other media, we would expect that number, unfortunately, to continue to rise overnight.
Just seeing that Chancellor Olaf Scholz will visit Magdeburg on Saturday. Tomorrow he will be visiting in person. Remind us of what he said thus far this evening.
So, yeah, he's been reacting, and he's one of a number of politicians who have been reacting. But he said in a statement, the reports from Magdeburg suggest something terrible is to come. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. We stand by their side and by the side of the people of Magdeburg. My thanks go to those dedicated rescue workers in those anxious those anxious hours. And also, unfortunately for Olaf Scholz and Germany, this is not the first time this year that he's had to visit the scene of an attack. I remember in August that he was at the scene in Solingen after this attack on the music festival where people were killed by a failed asylum seeker, and he went there to lay flowers. There was also an attack in Mannheim as well earlier in the year. And so, unfortunately, this is something now that Olaf Scholz has had to do on a few occasions already.
What have we heard from other politicians? So,
as background to people at home, Germany is about to go into an election, and Olaf Scholz is the Chancellor. The next big party, which is the party of the former Chancellor that people remember, Angela Merkel, the person running to be the next Chancellor there, Friedrich Merz, has said, this is very depressing news from Magdeburg. My thoughts are with the families, the victims and their families. I thank all emergency services who are caring for the injured on site. And then Alice Weidel, who is the leader of the hard-right AfD party, which has seen a surge in support over the last year. And actually, they are a group that have campaigned for years on an anti-immigration ticket and often speak out very quickly and very strongly after terror attacks when it becomes clear that asylum seekers or failed asylum seekers have been involved. She has spoken as well and said, "The images from Magdeburg are shocking. My thoughts are with the bereaved and injured. When will this madness end?" Of course, I must underline that we really don't know that many details about the person who has been arrested. Unconfirmed reports coming from DPA news agency, which is a big news agency here in Germany, saying that the person who was arrested, according to their sources, has no known links with Islamist groups. Also reports here that it was a 50-year-old who's been arrested, but of course police will be focusing on gathering information as they speak to that person.
And Siobhan, in the realm of politics, we've also had an intervention from Elon Musk, who has taken to social media to call for the resignation of German Chancellor Olaf Scholz.
Yeah, I think Elon Musk has tweeted, "Scholz must resign immediately, incompetent fool." I would urge people to take this as part of a wider spat that's been going on over the last few days, which is based on the fact that, as I said, Germany is going into an election, and Elon Musk went on social media and said that the AfD essentially was the only hope for Germany, which is the hard right party. The AfD, of course, absolutely celebrated that and said, yes, you're right. And then Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, came out and said, we're a country that believes in free speech, but, and I'm summarising, but in short, that doesn't mean that the advice being given by billionaires is necessarily correct or measured. This is a backdrop to an ongoing spat that's been going on, and now Elon Musk has decided that he should tweet that Olaf Scholz should resign. But I think really Elon Musk will be the last thing on the mind of Olaf Scholz, who, as you said, is preparing to visit the scene where we know at least 60 people have been injured.
Let's just bring Graham Wesson back in, who's still with us, our police commentator, who is seeing the pictures that you are live from Magdeburg at the site of that Christmas market where a car drove into shoppers earlier this evening. Graham, talk us through exactly what will be happening now in terms of the investigation. We know that the scene has been made secure and an arrest has been made.
Yeah, initially, these scenes are always chaotic. I think it's described as a mass casualty event. First emergency services on scene, your priorities, your casualties, and almost at the same time, just trying to identify where the suspect vehicle and the suspect is. So you're juggling two really critical and key priorities to deal with initially, is that dealing with the casualties who have been injured as a result of this attack, but also locating and securing the suspects to make sure that no one else is further injured by the fact that they are still on scene. So you've got two competing demands there initially. Once you get the suspects secure and detained, and then you're dealing with the casualties, arranging for ambulances to turn up, a location for the ambulances to come to, almost like a triage centre, start dealing with the casualties on scene. At the same time, thinking about the scene itself that you've got to contain. You've got to move people away from the market to make sure they've got a safe and secure exit route. But you can try and manage that because you need their details as well, because many of those will be potential eyewitnesses to what's gone on. So you need to manage that aspect as well. Once you've got all those things almost managed and manageable, advising people to leave the area, asking people not to come to the area, not to block the roads up, because clearly, as we can see from the images, numerous emergency service vehicles needed to get into the area, and then importantly, the ambulances need an exit route to get to the hospitals in the local vicinity. And there was a report earlier on that they're even going as far away as 80 kilometres to other hospitals. So clearly a significant amount of casualties that's overwhelming the local hospitals. They're having to travel some distance. So they need a clear exit route as well. So that's part of the police's role, to manage the access and exit routes, secure the scene, put the cordon in place, then look at the vehicle. There's a report that there's a suspected explosive device in the vehicle. That's either come from the suspect themselves or from the police if they've looked inside it, or they're just being ultra precautious and careful about the vehicle itself. And we get that checked before they actually open all the doors and search through it. So loads of competing priorities, very chaotic scene. That's why I wouldn't expect to hear much of an update from the police in the next hour or so while they're still gathering all this together. Got the suspect detained, and they need to start talking to them to identify who they are, any links they've got to the area, any links they've got to other individuals or other groups. And I think we've already heard one report coming from a state premier that they acted alone. They've got no links to anybody, which has come not from the police, but from someone with some links to some information from the incident.
OK, Graham, stay with us. We're going to hear now from the Premier of Saxony-Anhalt, who spoke a short time ago.
Bitte, wir sind live.
Aber ist okay jetzt, ja?
Yes.
Ja, wir sind
we
hier
are
am
at the crime
Tatort
scene now,
und
and we are really worried.
Leitstelle im Innenministerium und haben
And we
die
have the
aktuellen Daten,
current
die
facts
zur Verfügung stehen,
which were
erstmal
available. We
ausgewertet.
did manage to
Es sind sehr viele
research and
Verletzte.
evaluate
Nach
them.
jetzigem
There's so
Stand haben
many
wir
injured
Tote zu
and
beklagen,
2
einen
unfortunately
Erwachsenen und ein
dead.
Kleinkind.
And it is tragic and
tragisch
really
und
terrible.
furchtbar.
It
Es
is
ist
a
eine
very
schlimme Sache,
severe, horrible
die auch
thing,
dazu
which
geführt
also
hat,
led
dass auch gerade der Bundeskanzler
the
angerufen hat
Chancellor
und
just
ein
called as well to accordingly, well, we're all live now. Hello,
Herr Haseloff, grüße Sie.
Mr. I think Haseloff. It is a terrible tragedy. It is a catastrophe for the city Magdeburg and also for the country and Germany. So far, there are 2 dead and so many injured, around 60, and some are severely injured, especially when they were just willing to spend some time at the Christmas market. This is a terrible thing that happened. It was a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in Germany since 2006 in Saxony-Anhalt. At the moment, it's been a crime committed by 1 person, and there is no further danger to be awaited. And in the morning, we can double-check and re-evaluate the situation, and accordingly, we can then discuss necessary measures and also evaluate the severity of the attack together with the prosecutor. So at the moment, the injured will be taken care of medically, and we will use all in our power to take care of them, and also, of course, family members of those injured are in shock. They're all having to digest this trouble, this terrible tragedy. It is a figure of a minimum of 60 who are injured, and they're also severely injured. And at the moment, it's only a speculation. It is a terrible tragedy. One death is one death too many, and there will be consequences in a long-term case. And at the moment, I cannot say anything further. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I would say the Interior Minister will be dealing with further details, and the technical details will be collected and evaluated later. This is all the information I have. The Minister of the region said that right now 2 people have been killed. The culprit, the offender, is from Saudi Arabia. He traveled into the Federal Republic of Germany. He is a doctor in Magdeburg. At the moment, we know that he's been acting on his own, and everything else will be done checked later, depending on what else we'll find out. At the moment, we have a description, temporary description of the situation. He used a rental car with a registration of Munich, and this all needs to be analyzed. And for now, we know he's been working in Magdeburg at a company, and I can't add anything more to this. This is all the information we have at the moment. Further analysis also regarding the safety situation in Magdeburg will be dealt with later. We have the existing capacities to take care, and I arrived here an hour ago, and we have used everything in our capacity to a maximum. We will be needing still more medical personnel, and we are also trying to give you information based on our current knowledge of the situation, and there will be more tomorrow.
Okay, that the very latest from the State Premier of Saxony-Anhalt there, Reiner Haseloff, in which he confirmed that the suspect is a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in Germany since 2006. He said that, as far as they know, he was acting on his own. He used a rented car registered to Munich. And he also said that one of those who died was a small child. We're listening into that. Siobhan Robbins, our correspondent, Europe correspondent, who's in Berlin. Siobhan, he also confirmed that the 2 deaths and said that 1 death is one too many.
Yes, so this is the State Premier telling us the latest that he knows, Reiner Haseloff, telling us, first of all, as you said, that 2 people already confirmed dead, one of those believed to be a small child, that at least 60 injured. However, some of those are severely injured, so sadly they are expecting those numbers to rise overnight. Talking about this person who was arrested at the scene, now the State Premier is saying that is a 50-year-old. The suspect is a 50-year-old Saudi Arabian doctor who first came to Germany in 2006. in terms of the injured, now at least 60, later they're saying at least 68 potentially, and of those, 15 we understand, according to government officials and the city government website, at least 15 of those are very seriously hurt. 37 have injuries which they're describing as of medium severity, and 16 were lightly injured. So if you look at the focus there, we know 2 people confirmed dead, according to the state premier, and at least 15 at the moment severely injured. And then after that, 37 with medium injuries. And the city spokespeople had said that all of their hospitals are now preparing for a mass casualty event. So they are probably now dealing with the mass casualty event rather than preparing for it. And also that hospitals in the neighbouring cities, for example, in the city of Halle, which is a big city around 80 kilometres away, their hospitals were also put on standby to receive some of the injured. Now, just looking on social media, and Bild newspaper is suggesting that Erfurt, which is a city in Thüringen, which is in the east of Germany, has closed its Christmas market tonight as a precaution. So clearly some other local authorities are taking the steps to close the Christmas markets for the moment until they find out what is happening. But according to this state governor, Reiner Haseloff, it appears from the information they've got at the moment that this person was acting alone. They said they think at this point that the danger has been contained, but obviously it is a moving situation, and they will continue to assess that threat overnight and with the evidence that they get and gather, and then they will update people in the morning as to what's going on. We know that the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, will go to Magdeburg tomorrow to visit the scene as well.
OK, Siobhan, thank you very much for the moment. Going to cross now to Graham Wetton, our police commentator. And Graham, as we alluded to earlier, now it has come to fruition that another Christmas market is being closed as a precaution.
Yeah, that seems like a sensible precaution tonight for at least one other authority to look at their own market. And until they actually get the facts established and confirm that this is one individual acting without any support or any other associates, etc., they've clearly taken the sensible and balanced decision to close their market for tonight anyway, until more facts are established, any sort of motive or backing is confirmed, as opposed to suspected at this early stage of any investigation. They've decided to close their market for tonight, which I think is probably the sensible thing to do in the circumstances. People will be very concerned, having probably heard and seen this on local news and national news in Germany. So it's probably sensible for them to take the decision now, make sure people can evacuate and leave slowly and carefully, and then just deal with things from tomorrow.
And Graham, the situation complicated by the fact that police suspect there may be an explosive device in the vehicle that was used, that information or that suspicion potentially coming from the suspect himself.
Yeah, potentially that can come from a number of sources. Either the suspects said or suggested something on being arrested, or the officers themselves have had a cursory look in the vehicle, having removed the suspect and they're not happy with what they've seen in the vehicle, or just the fact it's been used in the type of attack it has, and there's always a potential for the vehicle to have a device in it as well. That's been a tactic that's previously been used. So the officers are either being overly cautious and want to make sure the vehicle is thoroughly checked and cleared by bomb disposal experts, or the suspects alluded or suggested something themselves, or the officers themselves have seen something in the vehicle they're not happy or content with. So they are treating that as cautiously and probably rightly and professionally as they should do. So that will have its own exclusion or cordon around it, probably around 200 metres, just to exclude people from it and to give the bomb disposal experts a clear route into it and access to the vehicle so they can thoroughly check it and make sure it's secure and safe for the officers to actually investigate it.
And Graham, can we presume that the operation continues throughout the night, that the police activity will continue, the questioning of the suspect will continue, and we will see this as a crime scene throughout the night? There will be police present?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to take hours to deal with. It's a chaotic scene for the first possibly 2, 3 or even 4 hours. It sounds like it's, as we've mentioned, and the figures you've mentioned, a mass casualty. I think I totaled up about 68 injured, reports of 2 dead, so 70 odd people involved, plus their friends and families, etc. So a massive incident for the German authorities to deal with. The investigation will run through the night. There'll be officers being called into work in Germany, officers with investigative background, maybe the counter-terror background will come in and support the investigation overnight. That will go throughout the night. The suspect will be probably interviewed, urgent interview, once or twice to try and get more details and information from them. It's already been mentioned, I think, by the State Premier, that they believe he was acting alone, but that will need to be confirmed and supported by questions and investigations. But the inquiry itself, the investigation, the crime scene will be managed through the night. Forensic experts will probably turn up sometime tomorrow to then in daylight thoroughly walk through the scene and gather any forensic evidence that they can.
And what will be the information that the police are conveying to the public? Because presumably there might be family members who will have had loved ones at the Christmas market. They don't know if they're safe. What will the process be now of how the police inform the wider public?
Once they get the facts established, the priority will be to notify friends or family of those injured, those actually the injured parties. In this instance, they'll be trying to locate and notify them, get them to the hospitals. And then for the wider public, as soon as they've got some facts established, initial investigation from the suspect, initial investigation of the vehicle itself, any support structure, or if we're acting alone, that will be the sort of information I would expect the German authorities, once they have it confirmed and actually the facts established, they then start releasing themselves. But it seems a very different approach to media communications in Germany. You see the State Premier then giving quite a detailed, an in-depth assessment so far of the information he has, and he's clearly been well briefed already, probably from the German police, German authorities. So, a different approach to the media from a state official giving such in-depth details over a phone call and during an interview, and then another individual coming on and almost like repeating that information. But I would expect the German police to come out with some sort of statement at some point, either overnight or very early tomorrow, just to put the wider public's concerns at rest, or to advise or warn them if they need to.
And we could potentially see other Christmas markets close also, couldn't we?
Yeah, potentially that's an option. I think there's at least one other already, as we've talked about. It's been shut locally. That will be a balanced and reasoned decision that the market organises in different towns in Germany. And these are very popular sites over Christmas, the German Christmas markets. Lots of the locals go there, lots of tourists attend there. So it is quite a key decision that needs to be made. But the priority for all of these will be the safety and security of those people attending. So the organisers of all the markets will want to know as much information, factual information, confirmed by the German police as soon as they possibly can, so they can make a decision in if they open, and if they do open, do they need to enhance or extend their security operation, their cordons, they need to put more vehicle barriers in, they need to restrict the access to vehicles into the area of their particular market if they can, without knowing the geography of every single German market. It comes down to each one is dealt with in its own individual right. So what access there is to that particular market, what vehicle access, can they put different vehicle blockers in? Can they put a barricade in? It sounds like this vehicle may have potentially gone through a barrier. So, what sort of barrier was that it drove through? Do they need to enhance or reinforce any barriers around any other markets to make them as secure as they possibly can? But it's not always possible. It's a real difficult challenge for the police to get the balance right, to try and make these places as safe and secure as they can, but still allow some access for the traders, the people attending, and public transport, etc.
Graham, thank you very much for the moment. Stay right there. Let's cross now to our correspondent Saba Chowdhury, who is monitoring developments from the newsroom. And Saba, bring us up to date with everything that we know at this point.
Good evening, Gillian. Well, a very serious incident has taken place tonight at 7 p.m. local time in Magdeburg, east of Germany. We know up to 2 people have been killed, including a toddler and up to 70 injured, according to the German state premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff. This is after a car drove at speed straight through a busy Christmas market in Germany. There is still a heavy police and emergency service presence there, as we can see in those pictures. Now, we know that a man has been arrested. His identity is currently unknown, but the German state premier has said that the individual is believed to be a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in Magdeburg since 2006, that this, he said, is an individual that used a rented car with a registration plate from Munich. He also said that he believes that this individual did act alone. Now, in terms of those injured, the state premier has said that further deaths, unfortunately, cannot be ruled out at this stage due to the severity of the injuries that we are seeing. And we also know that all hospitals in Magdeburg now are preparing for a mass casualty event, although to be frank, they are probably dealing with this mass casualty event. Police have released a statement saying that there's an extensive police operation ongoing. There is a crime scene in place. Forensics are there, likely to be there throughout the evening. Something police haven't said is whether or not this is a terror attack. Now, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, has said on X tonight that his thoughts are with the victims and their relatives. He says, "We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg." The Chancellor is expected to visit Magdeburg tomorrow morning. Now, we currently understand the market has been closed, it's locked down, as has a neighbouring one. We can expect others in the proximity to be closed too. But as stated by the state premier, the perpetrator, believed to be from Saudi Arabia, around 50 years old, acted alone, and they do not see an ongoing threat. Now, this has been described as a deliberate attack by a local spokesperson. German police say that they suspect an explosive device was in the car. This is being reported by German media organisation MDR, who have been citing the police. Now, all of this comes 8 years after an attack on a Christmas market in Berlin, December 19th, 2016. An extremist drove through a crowded Christmas market with a truck, killing 13 people and injuring dozens more. For now, though, the priority is really getting help to those that are injured, getting treatment, informing family members of those who have tragically died and are injured, and making sure that the area is safe. But as stated, this is a developing story. What we know so far is that up to 2 people, including a toddler, Gillian, have been killed, and it's believed up to 70 people are currently injured. But because this really is developing, that number could change at any moment. And the German state premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, himself said that due to the severity of the injuries that we are seeing in neighbouring hospitals in the area right now, that further deaths cannot be ruled out.
Sam, I just want to bring in a statement from the German Foreign Minister, Annalena Baerbock, which she says, "The images from Magdeburg shock me deeply. For families and friends who wanted to spend time together at the Christmas market, nothing is as it was. My deepest sympathy goes out to the victims and their families. My thanks to the rescue workers and helpers." And Saba, we know that the Chancellor Olaf Scholz will be visiting Magdeburg tomorrow, Saturday, as soon as daylight is upon the city, to give his condolences. As you said, he has given out a statement on social media.
Yes, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will be visiting Magdeburg tomorrow, it's understood. And he has today on X, formerly Twitter, said the following: "My thoughts are with the victims and their relatives. We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg." And just looking at what the German foreign minister has said, that for families and friends, they say, who wanted to spend time together at the Christmas market, nothing is as it was. My deepest sympathy goes out to the victims and their families. This is an incident that took place around 7 p.m. local time, where families would have been out busy shopping. It's the run-up to Christmas, just 5 days away, Friday night, going into the weekend. It was very busy. And for lots of people in Germany, this is perhaps bringing back memories from an incident that took place a number of years ago, 8 years ago, when there was a similar attack on a Christmas market in Berlin. This was December the 19th in 2016, where an extremist drove through a crowded Christmas market with a truck, and sadly 13 people were killed 8 years ago and dozens were injured. And today we have we know that a car has driven through a busy Christmas market filled with families through at speed, and 2 people so far, we understand, have died, including a toddler, and up to 70 people are injured. But as mentioned, these are numbers that are likely to change given the severity of the injuries that we are seeing in hospital. And this from Dr. Reiner Haseloff, who has moments ago, he gave a statement explaining that what's happened in Magdeburg was a car driving at speed through a busy Christmas market. He said that the individual is believed to be a doctor from Saudi Arabia, and that the individual used a rented car with a registration plate from Munich, and saying that this person did not act alone. And we have this from the Magdeburg government website. The emergency services have currently confirmed the following figures. It says here 2 fatalities took place as a result of the incident, 15 people are seriously injured, 37 moderately so, 16 slightly injured, and the 100 firefighters, they've said, are currently in action on the scene. There are 3 fire brigades there around the market, 4 volunteer fire brigades, and 50 rescue service personnel. So this, even though, you know, an incident that took place hours ago, it's still very much an active crime scene. There are still people receiving treatment, many of whom right now will be in local hospitals in Magdeburg. We have been told that hospitals have been preparing for a mass casualty event, and the state premier has said that given the severity of the injuries, the numbers that I just read out, further deaths cannot be ruled out at this point, Gillian.
OK, Seba, let's cross to Graham Wetton, our police commentator. And Graham, you'll be listening to the figures that Saba was reading out there. 3 professional fire brigades, 4 volunteer fire brigades, 50 rescue service personnel, and all those working alongside the police at the scene.
Yes, it's a huge emergency service operation now, and it will run through the night with everybody there. So you're now getting to the stage where hopefully most of the casualties have been evacuated in ambulances to either local hospitals or to some, I think, 80 kilometres away. Hopefully the exit routes have all been cleared and kept clear by the police. But working together with all the emergency services you can see on the screen, just securing the area, making sure it's safe and contained, and then the slow time investigation phase can then start and take place throughout the night as the authorities go about their work.
The interviewing of the suspect, I'm guessing, will be the primary task to glean information to ascertain as to whether he was acting alone or whether there were any others involved, although we did hear from the state premier that they believe that he was acting by himself.
Yeah, that's quite an early statement in my experience in this type of incident or attack. But that came from the state premier, who's clearly, you'd like to think, well informed and well sourced. So either they got fairly significant information or evidence, either from the suspect themselves or from what they've gleaned already, that he was acting alone. They've given some fairly significant details about him being a doctor from Saudi Arabia. That's been repeated a couple of times now by a couple of different sources. So there's clearly information coming out already. The police, it seems, have already started some sort of urgent interviews with him, and have already gleaned some information from him. But that will continue through the night, and they will want to, if they can, try and establish a motive. The question that most people want answered is why this took place, why this individual decided to get into a car tonight and drive through all those people at that Christmas market. So, the key question for the investigators will be that why question, the motive, what made him commit this act tonight, and why he did it, and if there was any motivation, any encouragement from either elsewhere, was it literally just himself made his decision in his own mind, and for what reason that was?
And although authorities thus far are saying that he acted on his own, we've heard tonight that at least one Christmas market has been closed as a result of tonight's events.
Yeah, I think I said earlier that's a sensible decision for me. I think if you're running a Christmas market in Germany, you hear this take place. Clearly, people are watching it, looking at their phones. They're seeing the news break on the different social media lines and media outlets, etc. That causes concern. You don't want people to panic and start leaving very quickly. So, for me, the authorities there probably made a very sensible decision to decide to close their market until they actually get information and those details confirmed by the police. That will take some time, probably overnight. Then they can make an informed and reasoned decision as to whether they open tomorrow. And if they do need to open, then they need to review and then enhance their own security arrangements based on this attack, how it was carried out, how it was conducted, the access route in, the type of roads or areas that he was able to drive through. Or did he drive through, I think there's one report suggesting he drove through a barrier. What type of barrier? Does any sort of barriers they have up need to be reinforced? They need to put a bigger exclusion zone around any other Christmas markets from vehicles. But you have to take account then of people having to travel to the area, public transport, deliveries, the tradespeople coming in and out. So there's a lot of considerations for the organisers of these markets. The primary concern is always the safety of the people attending. And they put as many security measures as they can put in place, but still allowing reasonable access by those who want to attend them. And they're very, very popular.
And Graham, this is an horrific attack event. How easy is it for police to keep people calm and to reassure them at this point?
That's always a challenge when you're on the scene because people are naturally, maybe at the scene, maybe if they witnessed it, they're obviously traumatised and in shock. It's very difficult to then try and calm people down. I think you have to, just your own professionalism and the manner you go about your role, which from what I've seen the images there, all the emergency services are doing it. There's no one like rushing around and running and looking like a sense of urgency as such. There's calm and controlled professionalism from all the images I've seen from emergency services that have attended, even those initial early images. And I think that's part of how you convey the fact that it is now under control. You do have the scene safe and secure. You're trying to reassure people either verbally or by your body actions yourself, and that's hopefully going across most of the markets and definitely in Magdeburg tonight by not just the police but all the emergency services turning up, the paramedics, the fire services, etc. You can see them all walking around fairly professional, calm, but dealing with things in the right manner. And I think that sort of like expression of your own your own calmness does then convey to other people. So although they're very shocked, and it's a really traumatic incident they've been witness to, they see those professionals arrive and then deal with them very calmly and professionally. It does start to calm people down, but it's sometimes very difficult to manage.
Indeed. Graham, thank you very much for the moment. Let's cross back now to our correspondent Saba Chowdhury, who has been monitoring developments from the newsroom for us. What developments can you bring to us, Saba?
Good evening, Gillian. Well, we know so far that up to 2 people have been killed, including a toddler, and up to 70 people injured after a car drove at speed straight through a busy Christmas market in Germany. In the last hour, we've heard from the German State Premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, who gave us these figures, also reflecting that a man has been arrested. His exact identity is unknown, but he's believed to be a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in Magdeburg since 2006. So again, this is a man who has been arrested from Saudi Arabia, but has been living in Magdeburg for a number of years. Dr. Haseloff also said that this individual used a rented car with a registration plate from Munich, also adding that this individual did act alone. Now, in terms of those injured, Dr. Haseloff said that around up to 70 people are currently receiving treatment. The state premier also said that further deaths cannot be ruled out due to the severity of injuries, and that hospitals in Magdeburg have been preparing for a mass casualty event following that very serious incident that took place 7 p.m. local time in the east of Germany in Magdeburg, after a car drove at speed straight through a busy Christmas market. Now, in terms of figures, let me just reiterate what we know so far. This is according to emergency services. There have been 2 fatalities. 15 people have been seriously injured, 37 moderately injured, 16, we're told, slightly injured. And this is just a picture of what we know currently. There are also 100 firefighters in action on the scene by the marketplace, 3 professional fire brigades and 4 volunteer ones also at the scene, and 50 rescue service personnel are also there. Now, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has said that my thoughts are with the victims and their relatives. This is on X. He put out a statement. We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg. Now, it's expected that tomorrow morning he will be making a visit to Magdeburg following the incident that took place around 7 p.m. this evening at a market that has now been closed, totally locked down, as has a neighbouring one. We can also expect others in the area to be closed too. But as stated by the state premier, the perpetrator acted alone, and the officials say that they do not see an ongoing threat. Now, what happened, the incident, has been described as a deliberate attack by a local spokesperson. German police say they suspect an explosive device was in the car. This is being reported in German media called MDR, who are citing police. Now, this is an incident that comes 8 years after an attack on a Christmas market in Berlin. This was December 19th, 2016. An extremist drove through a crowded Christmas market with a truck. 13 people died and dozens were also injured. So for the people in Germany, what we are seeing unfolding tonight as a result of that incident that took place hours ago will be bringing back memories of what took place in 2016. But just to reiterate, so far we understand 2 people have been killed, including a toddler. Up to 70 people have been injured. And this was following a car driving at high speed through a very busy Christmas market in Magdeburg in the east of Germany. This is 5 days to Christmas. It's a Friday night. Families will have been in attendance, people, young children, individuals with friends. And this is something that is being treated as a mass casualty event right now. Now, the police have also released a statement saying that there's an extensive police operation currently ongoing, and that there is a crime scene in place, as we can see on screen. Emergency services still there in Magdeburg, expected to be there overnight. Now, we have some figures from the Magdeburg government website saying that for sure we know that there have been 2 fatalities, 15 seriously injured people, 37 have been moderately injured, 16 have been slightly injured. But hearing from the state premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, earlier, further deaths, he said, cannot be ruled out at this stage due to the severity of injuries that we are seeing in Magdeburg right now.
OK, Saba, and we've heard from the German foreign minister on social media saying the images from Magdeburg shock me deeply. For families and friends who wanted to spend time together at the Christmas market, nothing is as it was. My deepest sympathy goes out to the victims and their families. My thanks to the rescue workers and helpers. We've also heard from the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, who says, my thoughts are with the victims and families. That the very latest on the international political response to what has happened in Magdeburg this evening. It's 10 o'clock. You're watching Sky News at 10 and our continuing coverage of a deadly attack at a Christmas market in Germany. Here's what we know so far. 2 people have been killed, including a small child, and 68 injured after a car was driven at speed into crowds in the city of Magdeburg. 15 of those injured are in a serious condition. Police have arrested the suspected driver, a doctor from Saudi Arabia. However, he was not previously on the security forces' radar as a known Islamist, according to the DPA news agency. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will visit the site tomorrow and says his thoughts are with the victims and their families. We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg. The attack took place at around 7 p.m. local time tonight in Magdeburg, which is in the east of Germany, about 2 hours' drive from Berlin. A car drove into shoppers at the city's Christmas market. This is the route the driver took, reportedly driving 400 metres through the crowd. The suspect was arrested nearby. Well, our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins joins me now from Berlin. Siobhan, bring us up to date with everything that we know as at this point.
Well, as you say, this attack, which is what it's being called, happened in the early hours of this evening, around 4 minutes past 7 in the city of Magdeburg, which is essentially in central Germany. If you draw a line from Berlin to Hanover, it's in the middle there. And it's the state capital of an area called Saxony-Anhalt. There are around 240,000 people who live there. And this, of course, the last Friday before Christmas, when many people will have been finishing work. It will have been a time when the Christmas market was busy. And we understand from the emergency services, but also video that's come out from the scene, that this car drove at speed through barriers that were in place in front of the Christmas market to stop traffic going through there, straight through there, and then into the crowds that had gathered in the middle And from pictures there, just to give people sort of an idea of what it would look like, it's a traditional German Christmas market. So this one has seemed to have those little wooden huts that are in 2 rows and people walk in the middle. There are sometimes high tables in the middle. You get beer, snacks, sausages, glühwein, and people gather there as part of general celebrations. They're extremely popular with tourists, but also with German locals. So where you'd see British locals in the evening, maybe on the last weekend before Christmas, going to the pub, many people will have gathered at the Christmas market. Now, we've heard from the state premier who has said that the suspect who was arrested at the scene is a man from Saudi Arabia, a doctor, who arrived in Germany in 2006, and DPA news agency saying that that person, as far as their sources are concerned, wasn't a known Islamist. Now, the reason that information is important at this stage is because it's just 8 years ago, almost to the day, when a man, a failed asylum seeker from Tunisia, drove a truck that he'd stolen into a Christmas market in Berlin, killing 13 people and injuring dozens more. Now, he actually fled the scene and was later shot by police in Italy, but many people who saw the alert and have seen the news alerts and the pictures coming from the scene, many Germans will be wondering if this is a repeat of what happened in Berlin. We don't know the motivations behind this attack. We don't know who this person is affiliated to, if anyone at all. What we do know is that the state premier has said they believe that this person acted alone. They believe at this stage that the danger is over, but of course the emergency services will be continuing to assess the scene, and they're asking people to stay away.
And Siobhan, remind us of the figures in terms of the fatalities and injured and the extent of injuries.
Yes, so the information coming from the city authorities is that 68 people have been injured, 2 people have been confirmed dead, and one of those is believed to be a small child. Now, in terms of the 68 injured, there are 15 in the most serious category, seriously injured. Then we've got 37 who are moderately injured and 16 who are slightly injured. 100 firefighters, we understand, are in action with 3 professional fire brigades, 4 volunteer fire brigades, 50 rescue service personnel, and we know from the city authorities that all of the city hospitals have been put on high alert, basically into emergency mode, and also the hospitals in surrounding cities, for example, the city of Halle, which is around 80 kilometres away, they've been told that they are also ready to receive the injured. So this is really mobilised emergency services in the city, but also in the surrounding area.
And Siobhan, just looking, actually, we're getting some front pages coming in as we speak. Across all of our front pages, carnage at Christmas market, horror as car ploughs into German crowd in deliberate attack. We know that local media was saying 11 people have been killed. That's been quoted on some of our front pages, but that was just local media as far as you know.
So, to give you background as to how German authorities work, they are extremely cautious about releasing information too early, and in this situation they will be focusing on ensuring that the scene is safe and also that those who are injured are being treated. So the official numbers put out by the authorities at this stage is 2. Now, that 11 will come from other people's sources. They may be incorrect, or it could be that the authorities are waiting to get an update of figures. We simply don't know at this point. The only confirmed facts we have is that definitely 2 people have died. However, the state premier was saying that he expects, because of the severity of the attack, that possibly the number of injured or the number of who have been severely injured or even those who've died could change overnight.
To the State Premier of Saxony-Anhalt, Reiner Haseloff. He gave an update to media at the scene.
It is a terrible tragedy. It is a catastrophe for the city Magdeburg and also for the country and Germany. So far, there are 2 dead and so many injured, around 60, and some are severely injured, especially when they were just willing to spend some time at the Christmas market. This is a terrible thing that happened.
That there, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, the State Premier of Saxony-Anhalt, speaking about the fact that this is a catastrophe. He did go on to say that they believe the suspect was acting alone. There was a doctor from Saudi Arabia arriving in Germany in 2006. Graham Wetton, our police commentator, is still with us and listening in. And Graham had also heard that the suspect wasn't on police radar, not known as an Islamist.
Yeah, that came out probably about an hour ago. That was released, I think, by the State Premier and other agencies. That suggests that he's not known to the authorities for any links to any terror groups as such. So that might support the fact that he was acting alone. But that will be checked. That will be tried and confirmed. So the fact he's not on the radar may mean they're not acting on him or look at him at the moment. But he may have come to notice previously, or he's never come to notice at all. And it would seem, if he's been working since 2006 in Germany, and he's been working as a doctor, a fairly respected profession, that he potentially hasn't come to notice for anything at all. So that could support that line itself.
And what will be the focus now of police attention in terms of the investigation and how they proceed from this point?
They'll be confirming that fact. They'll be trying to confirm the fact that he was acting alone. There's been no encouragement or incentive by any other group or individuals for him to do this. So motive is always a difficult question to get from any suspects. So speaking to them, seeing what the motive, what caused them to get into a car and carry out such an awful attack at such an early hour with so many people in a Christmas market, that will have to come from speaking to the suspect and doing all those information intelligence background checks on him, his family makeup, where he lives, where he resides, where he works, possibly even speaking to friends and colleagues. So any indicator at all over the last week, months, or even the year or so that could lead them or give them an answer as to why this individual should carry out such an awful act. So that will be part of the investigative line, is trying to establish that motive, the cause for him to do this, and establish that as part of the priority.
Graham, thanks very much for the moment. We're going to cross back now to Siobhan Robbins, who's in Berlin for us. And Siobhan, I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the reaction that has been coming into tonight's events. We know that Olaf Scholz will be visiting Magdeburg tomorrow.
Yes, so we understand that Olaf Scholz, who is the German Chancellor, will be visiting the scene. My understanding is the Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, will go along with him as well. And both of them have put out statements, but Olaf Scholz's statement said, and this was earlier in the evening, the reports from Magdeburg suggest something terrible is to come. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. We stand by their side and by the side of the people of Magdeburg. My thanks goes to the dedicated rescue workers in these anxious hours. Now, other leaders from around the world have also been reacting as well. So the French President Emmanuel Macron has said he's profoundly shocked by the attack and says he shares the pain of the German people. We've also heard from Giorgia Meloni from Italy saying, I'm deeply shocked by the brutal attack that struck the defenceless crowd at a Christmas market in Magdeburg. I stand with the entire government, the family of the victims, the injured and all the German people. Violence must have no place in our democracies. And these are just a flavour of just a few that have been coming in this evening. And I think it's important to underline the fact that it was just a few weeks ago that the German Interior Minister told Germans, you need to be vigilant, because although at that point they didn't have any firm evidence that anyone was planning a specific attack on a German Christmas market, they are, of course, busy areas which are possible targets. And it comes on the back of a year where Germany has had periods of high alert because, of course, they hosted the Euros in the summer, and then they put on 22,000 extra police officers to help keep people safe there. Again, they were on high alert for potential terror attacks. There was an attack in Mannheim earlier this year. There was another attack in Solingen, which happened in August, where a failed asylum seeker attacked people at a music festival in the west of Germany. He actually handed himself into police the following evening. But this is something that Germans have been on high alert for, possible terror attacks. Now, we don't know the motivations behind this attack. We don't know if the person follows any specific ideology. DPA news agency saying that their sources suggesting that they weren't a known Islamist. But of course, these are all of the questions that the police will be focusing on as they continue to carry out their investigations and to interview that suspect.
And Siobhan, we know that as a result of tonight's events and a precautionary move, that a Christmas market elsewhere in Germany has now been closed.
Yes, so being reported by Bild newspaper, the Erfurt Christmas market, which is in East Germany, it's in the state of Thüringen, which is an area in the east of Germany, very popular city, Erfurt, that they have closed their Christmas market this evening, according to Bild, just as a precaution. Now, I think what authorities will be doing overnight across wider Germany is obviously getting more information about what's behind this, talking to security services, assessing whether the threat across the country needs to change and whether there does need to be a change in security for other Christmas markets. But it is a huge operation if that is to happen, because almost every city and town here in Germany has some sort of Christmas market. And so if they were to shut them all down, that would be a massive operation. So I think they'll be looking very carefully at the intelligence that they've got around this, talking to their partners across Europe as well, to really assess the situation and what they need to do next.
Siobhan, what have we heard from eyewitness accounts as to what happened?
So eyewitnesses at the scene have suggested that the car was driving at speed, that it continued driving through the crowd for around 400 metres. A local person who was manning a burger stand told German media that it was like a war zone, what he witnessed as the car just ploughed through crowds of innocent people who were enjoying their time with family and friends. Others saying that some people had brought children to the market to visit a kind of fairy tale area that had been set up. And we do know, sadly, that one of those who's died is a child. And I think that's what's particularly cruel about the timing of this attack. Not just that it's 5 days before Christmas, but because it happened in the early evening, children will have still been up. They will have been having a little treat in that weekend before the countdown to Christmas begins, and people will have been there with their kids, enjoying maybe family gatherings, end of work gatherings, when this car ploughed through.
We know that the suspect is in police custody and is being interviewed, but also that the vehicle used, police suspect that there may be explosive devices within it.
Yes, so we heard this a few hours ago, first of all from Bild, but then from other local media, suggesting that police were searching the market after the arrest of that suspect for possible explosives, and reports that they were searching the suspect's car for possible explosives. What we don't know is where that intelligence has come from. It could potentially be that police, when they approached the vehicle, saw something that they were concerned about, and that's why they're carrying out this further investigation. It could be that an eyewitness saw something. It could be something that the suspect themselves has said. So we don't know really what's happened in terms of that, just that we were told by local media that there was a further investigation to see if there were any explosives on the scene. And I think that is something that we actually see quite often following attacks at crowded places. What the authorities really want to be sure of is that they have totally locked down the scene. So they don't want to be totally focused just on that suspect, think the danger's over, and then find out that a bomb's been placed either in the vehicle or somewhere else in the market. So they'll be being extremely careful to ensure that it is safe. And that's also why they're telling people to stay away. But at this stage, we haven't had any confirmation from the authorities, and certainly we didn't hear anything from the state premier to suggest whether any explosives have yet been found.
OK, Siobhan, thank you very much for the moment. Well, let's speak now to Christian Kohner, a German political scientist and professor of policing and security. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Your initial thoughts when you heard about tonight's events?
Good evening. Yes, these are absolutely horrific events. The terror attack, from what we can tell so far, 2 people have been confirmed dead, but the German media is speculating a significantly higher number, possibly as high as 11 or even higher. The suspect is a very unusual suspect. We have a 50-year-old Saudi national that has lived in Germany already since 2006, had indefinite leave to remain in Germany. Now, usually what you have is that suspects that carry out that type of terror attack are usually in their 20s or in their 30s. To have somebody there in their 50s is highly unusual. That's not something that you would really see very often with those type of terror attacks. And that kind of begs the question that the authorities are saying that he committed this alone, that he was a lone attacker, and that is possibly likely that the attack itself was carried out alone. But the fact that perhaps he did have explosives in his car, that is a qualitative difference that is significantly different from other terror attacks that we've had in Germany so far. We've had attacks on Christmas markets, we've had stabbings, we've had cars and so on. But what we haven't had so far is, in fact, explosives being used as that. If indeed that is true, and if indeed there were explosives in a car and he would have actually managed to explode the car, in that particular crowd, we would have had a very, very significant number of people that would have died, possibly much, much, much higher than what we've had. So we may have been lucky in a very, very bad event that those explosives didn't go off.
And how surprised are you that the suspect was not on police radar? How unusual is that?
Now, the particular profile of the suspect is a very unusual profile. Usually they're not in their 50s. I would ask the question, is the suspect married? Does the suspect have kids? This is very important background information to understand the motivation of why he carried out the attack. But it isn't the typical profile of an attacker. So that's probably why he wasn't on their radar screen. But if indeed he had explosives in the car, then that means he should have been on the radar screen, because what that means is it's not so easy and simple to get explosives and to commit a terror attacks with the help of those explosives. That must mean that either he has had help to obtain those explosives, it must mean that he had had special training perhaps to build them himself, although I would tend more towards the first argument. So all of that would seemingly indicate that security authorities should have perhaps had him on the radar, not because of his profile, but because of the explosives. That is something that perhaps should have at some point gotten on their radar screen.
And because of the attack in 2016 at the Christmas market in Berlin, in which 13 people were killed, are Christmas markets sites for special surveillance? Would there have been a police presence around this market anyway, as a precaution?
So Christmas markets are clearly targets. Just a couple of days ago, Bavarian police in Germany managed to foil a terror attack on the Bavarian city of Augsburg. In Augsburg, which is a very traditional, very famous Christmas market in Germany, they managed to stop and avert the attack thanks to a tip-off of foreign intelligence services. So very clearly they knew that Christmas markets are a possible target. Now, at the same time, Christmas markets are notoriously complicated to protect from the point of view that there's so many of them in Germany, that they go around the clock every single day from the morning until late in the evening. The Christmas markets are open and people will attend the Christmas markets. So that makes them a little bit more complicated to protect, but it's very clear that they're target. It's clear that there would have been police presence there, but it's also clear that they didn't do sufficiently to protect them, perhaps from the type of attack that it was, in terms of protecting them from oncoming vehicles that are deliberately targeting a specific crowd. If indeed there was also an explosive device, that would really seriously raise the quality of the attack as well.
From the state premier of Saxony-Anhalt, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, in which he says that there doesn't appear to be an ongoing threat, but already tonight we know that at least one Christmas market has been closed as a consequence of tonight's events. Yes, exactly. And I think that is a good precaution. I think it is something that is absolutely necessary in the circumstances, because we can't be sure that there isn't somebody connected to this particular attacker. They are not expecting there to be another suspect, but that doesn't mean that there couldn't be another suspect somewhere out there. So I think it is something that over the next couple of days in the run-up until Christmas, I think other cities will need to consider as well, given the circumstances and given that there were at least 2 attacks planned, one that was prevented in Augsburg and one that succeeded here in Magdeburg. In terms now of calming the public, what is the information that police will be giving out? I mean, there will be very many worried people tonight in Magdeburg, across Germany, those who perhaps have already visited Christmas markets or are about to in the coming days. What will police be saying tonight? Well, they really need to assure citizens that they have the situation under control, that they'll be able to protect them in the future, and they will need to reassure them that they're doing everything that they can to not only apprehend this suspect, which they've arrested him, but also anybody who was in any way connected to this particular attack. So they'll have to have full and very serious investigations into the background of the perpetrator and possible help that he may have had for the attack, and to get a clear sense of the precise motive for the attack and get a clear sense of who may have been involved in the preparation of the attack. Until that is, in a sense, investigated and clarified, they need to show and demonstrate to citizens that they have the situation under control. Indeed, but the police operation, as far as we can see from the current pictures, what we're showing, will continue through the night. Will the questioning of the suspect also continue? They will certainly continue questioning the suspect. It is vital that they find out whether he had support, what type of support that may have been, and perhaps who he was acting on behalf, because the type of profile that he has is unusual. That would seemingly raise the question to me whether he was acting on behalf of someone. Christian Koner, thank you very much for speaking to us, German political scientist and Professor of Policing and Security. Well, Saba Chowdhury, our correspondent, is in the newsroom monitoring events for us this evening. Saba, are there any updates that you can bring us?
Good evening, Gillian. Well, this serious incident took place at 7 p.m. local time in Magdeburg in East Germany. We know that up to 2 people have been killed, including a toddler, and up to 68 people injured. This after a car drove at speed straight through a busy Christmas market in Magdeburg, as I say, the east of Germany. Now, the German state premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, has confirmed tonight that a man has been arrested, though his identity is unknown. But he did say in a press conference that he gave at the scene that it's believed this individual is in his 50s and is a doctor from Saudi Arabia that has been in Magdeburg since 2006, that this individual used a rented car with a registration plate from Munich, also adding that this man did act alone. Now, in terms of those injured, the state premier has said that further deaths at this stage cannot be ruled out due to the severity of the injuries. We have some official figures from the Magdeburg government website, which have confirmed the 2 fatalities. 15 people have been seriously injured, 37 have been moderately injured, they say, and 16 slightly injured. This is what we know so far, but the state premier did stress that, as I said, given the severity of the injuries that we are seeing as a result of what happened this evening, the number of fatalities may rise. Currently on the scene, there are 100 firefighters present, about 3 professional fire brigades, 4 volunteer fire brigades, and around 50 rescue service personnel. So still a very active crime scene. There are forensics there, the authorities and the emergency services, as we can see from our screens. Now, the police have released a statement saying that this crime scene is in place, likely to stay in place throughout the night, but they haven't said whether this is terror-related or not. Now, we have heard from the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, who has said in a statement on X tonight that my thoughts are with the victims and their relatives, he said. We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg, and it's expected that the Chancellor will be visiting Magdeburg tomorrow morning. In terms of the markets, it's closed, it's very much locked down, as is a neighbouring one, and we can probably expect others to be closed in the region, perhaps for the next day or so at least. But as stated by the Premier, the perpetrator, he said, acted alone, and authorities do not see an ongoing threat. A local spokesperson has described what we saw as a deliberate attack, and German police suspect that an explosive device was in the car. This is being reported by German media MDR, who are citing the police. Now, this is an incident, Gillian, that comes 8 years after an attack on another Christmas market, this in Berlin. It was December the 19th in 2016 when an extremist plowed through a Christmas market with a truck, killing 13 people and injuring dozens others. Understandably, naturally, an incident that will be fresh in the minds of the people of Germany tonight, following this very serious incident where, as mentioned, so far we understand that 2 people have been killed. One of those individuals is understood to be a young child, a toddler, and 68 individuals have been injured. It's being reported by authorities, and a man has been arrested. The German state premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, has confirmed this and said that it's believed that this individual is a doctor from Saudi Arabia, that he's been in Magdeburg since 2006, and that this man used a rented car with a registration plate from Munich, adding that he did not act alone. So this is very much a developing situation in Magdeburg. There are still emergency services on the scene. The priority for the authorities will be to make sure that those injured are receiving help, informing family members, and to make sure that the area is safe.
Saba, thank you very much for that update. Well, it's time now to look at tomorrow's front pages in the press preview. Tonight, I'm joined by the political commentator Tim Montgomery and Guardian columnist Zoe Williams. They'll be with me from now until just before midnight. So these are some of the front pages in tonight. Well, the attack in Germany is the main story in the Daily Mail. Its headline, Carnage at Christmas Market. The Telegraph goes with the story of 2 children born using IVF, who 50 years later now think that the sperm used came from fertility lab staff and not their actual father. The senior doctor they think was involved, who was one of the pioneers of IVF, died in 1988. The Times reports on a boom in the use of weight loss injections bought online. 500,000 people buying them rather than wait to get them from pharmacists. The great Christmas holiday getaways, top story in The Eye, where it says the UK's worst train companies are cancelling 800 services a day ahead of the travel chaos and storms that are coming. The Financial Times reports that Donald Trump will demand NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defence when he returns to the White House. The current figure is 2%. The Mirror heralds the return of the family doctor, with the Health Secretary giving more money to GPs to make sure people can see the same doctor every time. The King's cancer treatment is lead item in the Express, which says Charles joked to people today that he's still alive and gearing up for a full return to public duties next year. And the exchange of insults between Peter Mandelson and the UK's new ambassador to Washington and a leading Donald Trump supporter who called him a moron. That's on the front of the Star with the headline, well, this is awkward. With us tonight, Tim Montgomery and Zoe Williams. Well, the events in Germany on the front page of the Mail, mentioned in the other papers also, but definitely the lead story for the Daily Mail. Zoe, tragic events taking place this evening.
It's absolutely extraordinary, and the Mail has already got higher death toll figures than every other paper, so they're now putting that at 11 people dead and almost 80 injured, many of them seriously. So for certain this is the most serious terrorist attack that's happened in Germany for a very long time.
Well, it hasn't been described as a terrorist attack.
That's absolutely true.
At the moment.
Yeah.
They've said that it seems to be an attack, but they haven't assigned it.
Well, it certainly terrorised people, even if it's not yet officially classified as such. Yeah. And I think it will terrorise people because this isn't just a German Christmas market. You know, I come from Salisbury, not a huge city. We have a Christmas market. You know, people throughout this country and around Europe, the Christmas markets have become such a big tradition. And so this is an attack on humanity, it's an attack on Christmas, it's an attack on Germany. It's an attack on how all of us now celebrate this time of year. And so it's you know, it's just such a sad thing to happen, and a child dead confirmed as well. At a time of year when we're supposed to be celebrating completely opposite values.
And as you say, it hasn't been designated as a terrorist attack as yet. If it does become one, obviously we'll be reporting that. But it does engender terror by the very nature of what has happened, a car driving at speed through a Christmas market with families there shopping for Christmas.
And I didn't realise it was actually 8 years ago that the last of this kind of attack happened. And I can still remember where I was when I heard about it. And so you know, these things do live long in the memory of people. And I'm surprised, actually, we'll have to look into how it happened, but back to this Salisbury Christmas market, we actually have, you know, concrete bollards up and things. And obviously some of the first questions will be about the security of this place.
Yeah. Well, You're absolutely right. 8 years ago, it was 2016, and the truck was driven by Anis Amri, described as a failed Tunisian asylum seeker with Islamist links. And he crashed into a Christmas market in Berlin, and 13 people died in that incident. It is something that they are not unaccustomed to. In Germany in August, there was an attack on a music festival by a failed asylum seeker, and I think an attack was thwarted just a couple of days ago as well in Germany. Speaking to people tonight, the suggestion is that security is beefed up around Christmas markets, but there's only so much that can be done.
You can't keep presidents and leaders of countries safe in every circumstance, so you can't keep everybody safe all of the time. But there has been extra security in these markets, and I suspect it will be wrapped up even further now because of this.
And so we already know tonight one market has been closed, will not be going ahead because of tonight's events.
Yeah, I was in Cologne Christmas market actually recently, and they are extremely densely populated. They're very, you know, part of the fun of it is meant to be that, you know, everybody's crammed in together. It's very popular. So it's just really tragic, isn't it? Because you can't go a little bit less. You either everybody stays at home or everybody relaxes, and I don't think everybody will be able to relax after this.
And Tim, we know that elections are coming up in Germany. We've had an intervention tonight from Elon Musk suggesting that Olaf Scholz should resign immediately.
Well, Elon Musk seems to be in the newspapers every day at the moment, and he's also sort of endorsed the AfD, which is the sort of, I think, you know, I'm a member of Reform now, and not everyone likes Reform, but I would definitely argue that AfD are of a different order. They've not really begun even to detoxify their party. They really have some very unsavoury elements within their ranks. They're not an ordinary right-wing party. And I do wonder sometimes, well, I think Elon Musk seems to tweet quite a lot without thinking. He's brilliant on occasions, but sometimes he really does say incendiary things. And I wonder if he really knows what the AfD are about, because it really is unfortunate that he's trying to support them on a widely read platform.
I don't think he's doing it by accident. I agree with you that he probably doesn't know what AfD are about. I agree that he probably doesn't know how their polling has been over the past 10 years and what their actual beliefs are, and that's because he's not the kind of person who's interested in knowing the actual truth of the matter. But he makes these interventions in order to get attention, and he absolutely relishes the sight of the world's democracies taking notice of what he thinks, and it makes me sick to my stomach, to be honest. There's absolutely no legitimacy, no relevance. He's got no expertise. It doesn't matter what he thinks, and yet because he's so rich, we have to sit up and take notice. And we're right to sit up and take notice, you know, because if he does give 100 million to Nigel Farage, then he'll have had an impact on British democracy. But it's really sickening.
No, he certainly doesn't help himself by backing AfD. I agree with that.
Elsewhere, more broadly, within Europe, I mean, this is going to be an issue that affects neighbouring countries. You know, the French are going to be speaking about their Christmas markets. I was actually in Paris on Tuesday. I went to 3 different Christmas markets. I mean, this is the culture at this time of year.
Yeah. No, everyone will be pausing tonight because we can identify with this. And Europe is a continent in a lot of political turmoil at the moment. Germany, France, their governments aren't stable. Germany's having elections. And you do wonder if this might, you know, and you'll be very right to warn us not to preempt the classification of this incident. But you remember from a few years ago, the British general election when Theresa May was Prime Minister, we had some terrorist attacks during that campaign. And that would be awful if this is a Saudi doctor, apparently originally was the driver of this car. If there was a political motivation, it will change the nature of how this story reverberates over the coming days.
Yeah, well, I mean, what we know so far is that a doctor from Saudi Arabia, as you say, in Germany since 2006, but definitely not on the radar of security services or police.
And that will doubtless be why they're delaying a decision or an announcement on what the nature of the attack was, because generally speaking, when they say it was a terrorist attack quite fast, it's because they were sort of half expecting it, or the people were known to it. I would be surprised if it wasn't politically motivated in some way, just because it's so built for the maximum impact and exposure that it would seem to... It doesn't really... From a criminological perspective, it doesn't look like a spree killer. It looks like somebody prosecuting an agenda. We just don't know what that agenda would be yet.
But you mentioned the previous incidents. They were failed asylum seekers, people perhaps without much wealth, people who had been rejected by the country they were attacking. This does seem like a very different kind of person, which raises other different questions than those other attacks.
Yes, but the fear tonight for people in Germany and actually across Europe, because we have these Christmas markets here also, is palpable. I'm just going to break off to speak to a guest who's joining us, security expert Duncan Gardam. Thank you very much for speaking to us this evening. Your initial thoughts when hearing of tonight's events?
Well, it really is a terrible situation. It's the worst thing that anybody can think of at Christmas, and sadly it's not the first time this sort of thing has happened. We've seen the Germans have seen it in Berlin in 2016 at a Christmas market. The French saw it in Strasbourg in 2018 at a Christmas market, and we've seen these vehicles being used as weapons really since the first attack of that type in Nice in 2016, over 80 people killed on the waterfront there. This is a horrifying thing to happen when somebody drives a vehicle into a crowded place. We've seen it right across Europe, and indeed we've seen it in London, in the UK as well, at London Bridge. So what we really have been focusing on across Europe and across the Western world really since those attacks in 2016, 17, 18, 19 was really to try and put bollards up and try and prevent people driving in. And I know a lot of people will have seen those in markets around the UK because we're particularly conscious of the threat of such an attack. But I think we'd all hoped really that these kind of attacks were dying down, and the concern is really that there might be, and I know we don't know the motive behind this individual, but that somebody may have drawn on some of the inspiration. We know that ISIS in particular is starting to put out motivational material again, particularly from their base in Afghanistan, where they're now rebuilding themselves and trying to address the West. We know that a lot of jihadis have turned their back on that sort of thing. The Taliban have turned their back as much as can be said at the moment. We know that the jihadis who've taken over Syria really don't have an international outlook. But the worry, of course, is still that groups like ISIS really do still want to do that kind of thing. And it's very sad at this time of year.
Speaking about the response to the previous attacks, talking about the 2016 Christmas market attack in Berlin, in which 13 people died, and the response to that, bollards being put in place, security being stepped up. And we know that there were bollards in this Christmas market in Magdeburg, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Can you ever fully protect these areas, these Christmas markets?
No, it's very difficult, particularly where you're dealing with areas that are not always used for the purpose in which these Christmas markets spring up. They're not there all the time. We're getting better at this sort of thing. And if people go to sports stadiums and places and modern shopping centres now, they will see lots of bollards around them to try and prevent that sort of thing. But where markets are temporary, it's more of a challenge, and the movable devices that are brought in for those kind of occasions are as robust as they can be. But I know people will be looking again, given the circumstances here. We try and do protective security, of course we can, but it can never be 100% perfect. And really, at the end of the day, we have to address the ideology behind it and try and get to the root cause of why individuals might want to do these attacks in the first place. But it has to be said, those are many and varied, and they really do cross religious and political divides in terms of why people might want to launch mass casualty attacks.
We can't stop people really living in fear, though, now, can we? I mean, people will be frightened to gather in any numbers, to be in any situation where there could be groups under attack.
Yeah, it does make people nervous, and of course that's the idea of terrorism, is to create terror, to make people afraid. What they want to achieve beyond that is very unclear, really, but it does make people nervous, and they're nervous really because one attack can lead to a copycat attack, but at the same time, people will be more vigilant. There's more people looking out for that sort of thing. Everyone will be going around and checking those physical protections around such crowded areas. So I do think that people have to continue as much as they possibly can with their normal lives and with their Christmas festivities. Of course, people in Germany will be mourning as we speak, and that is terribly sad. But for the rest of us, it's important that we don't let this kind of thing get to us more than it has to. Vigilant, of course, and everyone, all the police forces are saying to people at this time of year, be aware of your surroundings, keep an eye out for what's happening around you, suspect packages, individuals acting oddly, try and let somebody know, dial 999 or the police, or call a police officer over. And that really is the message that is going out at this time of year when everyone's gathering in large crowds, because these are the kind of things that, you know, for want of a better word, slightly unhinged people might want to be attacking in order to create some kind of notoriety for themselves.
As a security expert, though, what would you say to those who actually now will think, I'm just going to stay indoors? It's simply not worth venturing outside.
The chances of anybody being involved as a victim of a terrorist attack are really minuscule. The effect is huge. They really do want to create an outsized fear. They want to deliver this kind of self-aggrandizing message, whatever that may be. We don't have a message in this particular case. But these are suicidal individuals. They're few and far between. They are doing it for their own selfish reasons, and they gain attention because there really aren't that many of them. And if you believe you're going to win the lottery every weekend, then you might believe you could be in a terrorist attack. But the reality is you're not going to win the lottery this weekend, and you won't be in a terrorist attack. So please just get out there, live your life as you would normally. Celebrate Christmas as you would do, or whatever your festival is. Enjoy your holiday, and don't let individuals whose own narcissism draws them into this kind of behaviour take away from your own occasions to be with your family and friends.
And hand on heart, can you say that our city centres are as secure as they can be?
Wherever people gather, there is a danger that somebody is going to want to do something with a weapon, whatever they may choose to use as a weapon, whether it's a knife or a vehicle or a bomb or just throwing a fist. In crowded places, that causes more problems. But we are so used to this in the UK and increasingly across Europe that our city centres are very well protected. And we are also everyone's best lookout. We can all look after each other. We can all look at our communities. And if we're worried about a friend or a neighbour who may be acting oddly and may be out of sorts, maybe talk to them, maybe ask them if they're okay. And if they're not okay, maybe see if you can get them some help, because all that sort of thing heads this off before they get anywhere near a city centre. And the truth of the matter is that most of these attacks don't happen in busy city centres. They happen in some very random places, as we can see in Germany. It's not the capital, it's not the biggest place you might expect. Sometimes it's somewhere that you just don't expect at all. So keep your eyes open, look after people that may be suffering from mental ill health, and look after your family and friends too.
Duncan Gardam, security expert, thank you very much for sharing your expertise with us this evening. Well, still with me, political commentator Tim Montgomery and Guardian columnist Zoe Williams. Still reflecting on this awful attack in Magdeburg, listening there to Duncan Gardam just saying that really we should still go about our daily lives as we want to do, but be vigilant.
Yeah. But probably the defining terrorist attack when I was growing up was the attempt by the IRA to blow up the British government in Brighton in 1984. And I still can remember Margaret Thatcher, who could easily have been killed in that outrage, going to Marks and Spencer's the next morning, buying new clothes, because the bomb actually did destroy her wardrobe. That was that close. And then she said at the Conservative Party conference later that day, this was the day I wasn't expected to see. But I was absolutely determined that the Conservative Party conference would go ahead. And I think we should all sort of, perhaps Zoe wouldn't normally want to emulate Margaret Thatcher, but that spirit of saying the best way of defeating these attacks is to carry on going to markets, enjoying time with family, going to church or mosque or synagogue or whatever, celebrate with people from different communities and not be intimidated. Of course, it's understandable people might be more frightened tonight, but we've just heard some very good advice on how you can make yourself safe. And thankfully, it's true, the chances of any of us really being involved in one of these incidents is incredibly small. But we will hurt market traders, will hurt community relations if we retreat inside our front door. That's what they want us to do, and we should really try not to.
Zoe?
I was surprised actually by how trenchant Duncan was on that point, because security experts are normally so cautious, aren't they? So, they will give their point of view on the probability, but they won't say they would be extremely cautious about what they would advise. But yeah, I mean, I agree with both him and you that it's not that. To make adjustments to your personal behaviour, hedging against a risk that is minuscule, is almost disrespectful to the people who are affected, because you're sort of projecting their sorrow onto onto something that could potentially happen to you, rather than feeling compassion for them and keeping perspective for yourself.
But this story, though, is going to resonate across Europe. This isn't just about Germany, is it? I mean, the Christmas market culture is Europe-wide. It's here in the UK as well. People will still seriously be thinking about whether they go out tomorrow, whether they go out Christmas shopping, not necessarily at a Christmas market, even on a high street.
Well, I hope they will. I can't really add much to what I've already said. It's very important that we as a civilization continue to do the things that we normally do. And particularly, I don't support the sort of large-scale immigration that, we've had into Europe in recent times. But there will be people on the back of this incident tonight who will try and whip up hate towards immigration. And by going out of our front door, by meeting people across the community, supporting local traders, will be from all different ethnic groups, we are saying, actually, we're not going to allow that interpretation of these events. So it's not just about the economy, it's not just about our own interests, it's actually about protecting people who might be more vulnerable tomorrow morning because of what happened in Germany.
So, just lastly, I mean, do you agree with that you shouldn't allow people to make political capital out of a tragedy like this?
Yeah, of course. And it's extremely. That's why it has such a sickening effect on the culture around it, an event like this, because it's not just that it makes people fearful and it kind of destroys local markets. Yeah.
And Tim, thank you so much. Much more coming up after the break.
We've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story. A new start to Sunday.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Play Sky News.
From the Sky News Centre at 7.
Now that you're up to date, we can go into a bit more detail.
Things can change incredibly quickly.
Taken by surprise.
Have you ever known a moment like this in British politics before? Yes. Cheers.
We'll start with breaking news.
Let's get the latest on the ground.
So, by the end, we'll hopefully all understand what's going on in the world just that little better.
It's 11 o'clock. You're watching Sky News and our continuing coverage of a deadly attack at a Christmas market in Germany. Here's what we know so far. 2 people have been killed, including a small child, and 68 injured after a car was driven at speed into crowds in the city of Magdeburg. 15 of those injured are in a serious condition. Police have arrested the suspected driver, a doctor from Saudi Arabia. However, he was not previously on the security forces' radar as a known Islamist. That's according to the DPA news agency. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will visit the site tomorrow and says his thoughts are with the victims and their families. We stand beside them and beside the people of Magdeburg. The attack took place at around 7 p.m. local time tonight in Magdeburg, which is in the east of Germany, about 2 hours' drive from Berlin. A car drove into shoppers at the city's Christmas market. This is the route the driver took, reportedly driving 400 metres through the crowd. The suspect was arrested nearby. This is the moment police arrested the alleged driver nearby the location of the attack. The suspect can be seen exiting the car with hands raised before more police arrive at the scene. Well, Sky correspondent Saba Chowdhury is monitoring developments from the newsroom for us. And Saba, what more can you tell us about developments this evening?
Well, the footage that we just saw moments ago showed a man being arrested, detained by German police. This was after a car drove at speed straight through a busy Christmas market in Magdeburg in the east of Germany. Now, this very serious incident took place after 7 p.m, where mainly local people were out and about at the Christmas market the weekend before Christmas. This is being described as a mass casualty event, and we know so far that 2 people have been killed, including a toddler, and that up to 68 individuals have been injured. Now, the German state premier, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, has confirmed that a man has been arrested. His identity is yet to be confirmed, but it is believed that he is a doctor from Saudi Arabia who's been in Germany since 2006. Dr. Haseloff said in a press conference not too long ago. He said that this is a man who used a rented car with a registration plate from Munich, adding that he did act alone. Now, in terms of those injured, the state premier said that further deaths at this stage cannot be ruled out due to the severity of the injuries that we are seeing. For example, a local government website saying that 15 people have been seriously injured, 37 moderately so and 16 slightly, but these numbers are constantly getting updated. This has been described as a deliberate attack by a local spokesperson, and a crime scene. Emergency services will remain at the market overnight. The priority, Gillian, is to make sure that those that need help get it, that families are all informed, and to ensure that this space is as safe as possible.
OK, Saba, thank you very much for the moment. We're joined now by Liam Klaus, who was at the market at the time of the attack. Liam, thank you very much for speaking to us. Tell us what happened.
Well, initially, I just heard this noise, so it's sort of like a metallic scrape. So this is coming from behind me. As I turn around, there's a child's carousel turning. I thought initially that this was just braking or had just malfunctioned. And then all of a sudden a car comes from the right of us, straight across us, driving at at least 30, maybe 40 miles an hour, drives through people. People are going over the car, of course. And we didn't particularly see any major injuries, but we, of course, knew that it was a serious incident as it happened.
How close did the car come to you?
Around, I'd say about 15 yards within. If we'd have been 15 yards further forward, we would have been direct in front of the car.
So you saw the car strike people then?
Yes. As it's driven through, it's coming around where the entrance was to the Christmas market, and as we know, the driver hasn't applied any brakes or anything. It's just driven through people and tried to hurt or kill.
As it was happening, what were you thinking? What did you think was happening?
Like I said, from this sort of metallic noise as it happened, I initially thought was this carousel, but then all of a sudden you hear screaming and see a car. My initial thought is, let's go in the opposite direction. So I grabbed hold of my girlfriend's hand and said, we're going the other direction. Luckily, there was a police presence there. There was a few riot vans, although there wasn't a riot as of yet. There was police stationed there. I sort of instructed and said, look, you just go that way. We're going in the other direction. Of course, there's what else? What else can we do?
And as it happened, how did people respond? Can you describe what the scene was like? You said that there was screaming.
Yeah, I'd say that's the initial reaction people, I imagine some people went forward and tried to sort of bring people away that were lightly injured. There was a few that just had a few scrapes and bruises that maybe had moved out of the way of the car as it happened. And as we passed the police van, there was people being tended to with very minor bumps, and somebody said that their knee was hurt. But in terms of major injuries, we didn't see anything. But as we now know, there has been fatalities.
And was there a police presence immediately?
Almost immediately, yeah. Within sort of 5 to 10 seconds, there was also private security, which I did notice. But of course, what can be done against a car being driven through?
And up until the point of that attack, it was just a normal Christmas market with people walking in the aisle in the centre with the huts on either side.
Yeah, lots of huts either side, sort of people drinking mulled wine and things, and eating what they call bratwurst, hot dogs and things like that, and all of a sudden it's turned upside down.
How are you feeling now? Your voice still sounds a little shaky.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it'll take a day or two to process what's actually happened. Seeing it in the news is very different to seeing that in person.
Indeed. And were you able to get medically checked to make sure that both yourself and your partner are okay?
Luckily, like I say, we were around sort of 15 to 20 yards away from the car, and we went in the other direction. We sustained no injuries, but we saw obviously people that had been injured, people lying still on the floor, and a few people walking away from it with minor limps and small minor injuries like that. But of course, it goes on for much longer than where we were. We were right by the exit, right by the entrance. Sorry, where the perpetrator had driven the car in.
Terrible experience for you. Are you a tourist there visiting?
Yes. I came over for Christmas, like I say, to see my partner and be with her family.
So you'll remain there for the Christmas season?
Yes, into the new year before I say I come back home.
Liam, thank you very much for speaking to us. Very sorry for the experience that you've been through this evening. Please do take care of yourself. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. Thank you.
Well, Sir Keir Starmer has responded to the attack in Germany tonight. He said on the platform X, "I am horrified by the atrocious attack in Magdeburg tonight. My thoughts are with the victims, their families, and all those affected. We stand with the people of Germany." Just want to show you the live shot at Magdeburg this evening. As we have been seeing throughout the course of the evening, emergency services still there, investigations continuing, and we imagine will do so throughout the night. We know that Chancellor Olaf Scholz will be visiting the site tomorrow and has extended his condolences and sympathies on social media this evening. Well, we heard earlier from the state premier of Saxony-Anhalt, Dr. Reiner Haseloff, at the scene. He's been speaking again in the last hour. Let's have a listen in.
If we have a good state of care,
sind, die das weit über 60, wahrscheinlich 64 leicht, mittel und auch schwer Verletzte zu beklagen sind. Aber das Allerschlimmste ist, dass nach jetzigem Stand, der uns
according to the current situation,
zu beklagen sind. Die Situation ist die, dass
it is such a situation, it is dramatic. what had happened, which then initiated Chancellor Olaf Scholz to call me 1 hour ago to pay his tribute and his condolences, and that he will also talk personally here tomorrow with people who are concerned. And then we will be also expecting political assessments and evaluations and measures. And
dieses heute hier in Magdeburg stattfindet, das ist ja sozusagen auf eine zeitliche Synchronisation wieder
it is what happened here today in Magdeburg, chronological synchronization with the anniversary of the Christmas market attack in Berlin. And we have to give people the time and possibility to grieve.
Magdeburgs und des Umfeldes so, wie gesagt, das Bedürfnis besteht, eine Möglichkeit des gemeinsamen Trauerns und Innehaltens gegeben.
So we have to enable a communal grieving phase and period of time for people in Magdeburg and in the region.
Die ursprünglich mal geplanten Veranstaltungsangebote, wie die Stadt hier entsprechend derzeit entschieden hat oder beabsichtigt zu entscheiden.
And decisions will be made in relation to pre-planned events.
Okay, well, that's the very latest statement from Dr. Reiner Haseloff, the state premier of Saxony-Anhalt, in which he said that Chancellor Olaf Scholz called him an hour ago and expressed his condolences and concerns for all those affected. He will be visiting Magdeburg tomorrow to meet with people personally and to speak to those who are grieving. He spoke about the communal grieving that will be taking place. Well, still with me, political commentator Tim Montgomery and Guardian columnist Zoe Williams. And Tim, Olaf Scholz, we know, will be visiting tomorrow. He's been expressing condolences and concern on social media this evening, and he's spoken with the state premier also.
And it's very important, I think, that at times of crisis and distress like this, a nation's leaders go to the site and show solidarity with people and issue the kind of message of resilience, and we must carry on, as we best possible can at times like this. But if I was in the German Chancellor's office, I would be very worried about this visit, because there's been a series of times recently after a crisis where a leader has gone to a location. I think of Keir Starmer going to Southport in our own country after that a tragedy. The Spanish royal family after the flooding in Spain. And just the last couple of days, President Macron visiting the French island. And the crowd response is the deference, the let's mourn first and protest later, seems to be passing. There's a lot of anger out there about all sorts of different events. And immigration and community relations are at the centre at the moment of German politics. And what he says in his visit tomorrow, how he conducts himself, will be incredibly important, because the world will be watching, German voters will be watching. And I don't think these visits are sort of the customary royal visits of old. They have the potential to really flare up. And he really will need, I hope he can find words that go beyond what is normally said and really try and calm down what could be really incendiary political times over the next few days.
Zoe, do you agree with that he might be faced with a lot of anger?
Certainly. The kind of, everybody talks at the moment about the hostility towards the incumbent in every single political system in the world. The person who's been in government for any amount of time is incredibly unpopular, which sometimes benefits the insurgents and sometimes doesn't so much. And this is like a kind of tableau moment for that hostility. So it's not just the kind of incumbent. They come representing the politics which have created the event. And so, I do agree that it's particularly sharp at the moment. And I'm thinking about Grenfell when Theresa May looks so awkward and Jeremy Corbyn looked so warm. And that was actually a little bit more nuanced because people were sort of, they weren't kind of catcalling Theresa May. They just responded much better to Jeremy Corbyn because he just seemed to understand what had happened and how grave it was in a way that she didn't really. Whereas now, I think if she went to if she was still Prime Minister and went to a natural disaster or an unnatural man-made disaster now, the responses are just much more visceral. So I mean, I would be worried, but equally, I would be very worried. It's like Henry VIII and by the time he was on his fourth wife. If you can't row down the Thames without the crowd calling you things, then you've got bigger problems than being called things. You have to be able to be seen in front of your people. Otherwise, it's not government by consent.
It's the mark of a real leader is to rise to an occasion. And I fear, and you've been rightly, Gillian, pushing back at any idea that we know exactly what kind of incident this is now. But it could easily become a major spark in the German debate that is already very alive in that country about immigration. Probably there'll be more eyes on the German Chancellor tomorrow than perhaps at any other time in the next few weeks before the election. A lot of pressure on him to deliver the right message tomorrow.
But I would add to that when political tensions run high following a terrorist or any violent attack, it never goes the way you think it's going to go. When you get a kind of far-right attack, that never plays into the hands of the left. When you get a kind of, attack by somebody who might be a migrant, it doesn't tend to play into the hands of a kind of racist political offer. So, I mean, I wouldn't bank on that. I agree that it would be febrile.
The one thing I've learned in politics of late is not to predict things too confidently.
Particularly not in Germany.
There is so much volatility and anger in European elections at the moment. Politicians have to speak very carefully, but actually they need to speak sometimes forcefully as well. And there'll be people in the orbit of that visit tomorrow who will absolutely think, because we know this from German opinion polls, that it will be the Chancellor's policies of allowing immigration that caused that incident. He needs to face those charges directly. And I'm glad I'm not him.
And Zoe, do you think there will be people tonight plotting how to make the most political capital out of this?
Oh, certainly. I mean, there will... We saw this with Southport, and that was in the event, a lone wolf, very mentally ill person, and not a kind of systematic or ideological attack. But there are always people who will make hay with this kind of thing, and there will always be people who use it as a muster point and are kind of abetted in that by Twitter, frankly. It's unlikely to me that there aren't exactly the same people in Germany on Twitter who are making 1,400 euros a month peddling racist tropes and sending out memes. If that's how you get the numbers in the UK, I'm sure it's also how you get the numbers in Europe. So it's very fertile ground, and that's what happens when somebody takes over a mass social media platform who has evil designs on society. It's really destabilising.
I think it's also important at the same time, though, that mainstream media sources don't try and protect the public from the information. There's sometimes I feel there's certain broadcasts who don't want, if someone is a Muslim, for example, in an incident like that, they don't want to mention it because how that be interpreted. When the information's with, let the public judge whether there's any relationship at all between someone's faith and the incident. If you hide information from the public, what else are they hiding?
I don't think
and we live in an age of conspiracy, and that's, I think.
But you just made a conspiracy. You just.
What did I say?
Well, you said the media hide things from people. I don't think that's correct.
I think they do to some extent not give certain details for fear of drawing attention to something that they don't think is relevant.
It's a completely unfalsifiable statement, isn't it? I can't prove that the thing you think somebody's hidden has never been hidden because I don't know what you mean. So
well, we
just have to cope with your insinuation.
Okay, well, I've just given an example, and I think there is
I mean, certainly the only reason
amongst broadcasters
all the details available to the media might not be revealed in the first instance is on police advice.
And I think the police...
Not for any other reason.
And I think the police are sometimes part of the problem as well. So all I would say is that better to give people information than withhold it, because unless there's good legal reasons not to, because that feeds conspiracy theories.
Generally speaking, the restraint on the part of both the police and the media is because you don't say it until you know for sure that it's true. That's the restraint. I am perfectly happy with that restraint.
And the criticism in Southport is that they did the opposite, I'm afraid.
We're going off on a tangent, I fear. Let's bring it back to tonight's event, and I just want to run an interview that we carried out earlier on. I spoke to Christian Korner, a German political scientist and professor of policing and security.
These are absolutely horrific events. The terror attack, from what we can tell so far, 2 people have been confirmed dead, but the German media is speculating a significantly higher number, possibly as high as 11 or even higher. The suspect is a very unusual suspect. We have a 50-year-old Saudi national that has lived in Germany already since 2006, had indefinite leave to remain in Germany. Now, usually what you have is that suspects that carry out that type of terror attack are usually in their 20s or in their 30s. To have somebody there in their 50s is highly unusual. That's not something that you would really see very often with those type of terror attacks. And that kind of begs the question. The authorities are saying that he committed this alone, that he was a lone attacker, and that is possibly likely that the attack itself was carried out alone. But the fact that perhaps he did have explosives in his car, that is a qualitative difference that is significantly different from other terror attacks that we've had in Germany so far. We've had attacks on Christmas markets, we've had stabbings, we've had cars and so on. But what we haven't had so far is, in fact, explosives being used as that. If indeed that is true, and if indeed there were explosives in a car and he would have actually managed to explode the car, in that particular crowd, we would have had a very, very significant number of people that would have died, possibly much, much, much higher than what we've had. So we may have been lucky in a very, very bad event that those explosives didn't go off.
And how surprised are you that the suspect was not on police radar? How unusual is that?
Now, the particular profile of the suspect is a very unusual profile. Usually they're not in their 50s. I would ask the question, is the suspect married? Does the suspect have kids? This is very important background information to understand the motivation of why he carried out the attack. But it isn't the typical profile of an attacker. So that's probably why he wasn't on their radar screen. But if indeed he had explosives in the car, then that means he should have been on the radar screen, because what that means is it's not so easy and simple to get explosives and to commit a terror attacks with the help of those explosives. That must mean that either he has had help to